Good morning, J. Palmer. Good morning, Umbral Magnus. So, I'm doing the Belsavis bonus series, right? Off camera, as promised. And I notice I have some mail, and I'm like, I'm gonna go clean up my mail and get ready for the stream. First mail message I say is, "Oh my god, you could totally... Sorry for bothering you. We will make our service better and better in the future. 24/7 online support. Buy credits here." By the way, they're selling 1 billion credits for $2. Now, screw credit spammers in general. But what I find doubly amusing about this is that's actually a World of Warcraft gold site. Or at least it used to be. Now, I do not recommend going to the site, by the way. Those things tend to be absolutely riddled with viruses. But I recognize the name from back in the day. And it just amuses me because a lot of the old gold sellers in WoW shut down. Because WoW actually did what to date is the best and most proven way to get rid of gold spammers. Which is they start selling gold in-game for money. You can just do it safely and, efficiently through the game. I know a lot of people do not like the fact that WoW sells gold for money. But again, from the zoomed-out perspective, it is proven to be the best method to combat this crap. So I'm actually in favor of it. It sucks, but, I mean, it's kind of a gerrymandering to fix gerrymandering kind of a situation. Which we've talked about recently, even. I don't know why politics is on my brain lately. Listen, when I take over the world, it'll be really simple. I'll hire people to do the gerrymandering, and if they do a bad job, then I'll execute them. It's really simple. There are still gold sellers in WoW, Ventures. But what you don't understand, and I'm sorry, I don't mean that to sound elitist, but you have to understand how much that number has gone down. Gold selling in WoW used to be a full-blown epidemic. It's why they finally pulled that trigger. It used to be so bad, you effectively couldn't get away from it. Like, you could not prevent yourself from playing the game without getting spammed by messages, or mails, or people talking and say, or people talking and yell. Just this non-stop barrage of come to this site, come to that site. Just, oh god, it was so bad. Thank you, G. Cormos. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards the Urquan. Yeah, the dead body adverts, that was something they did. Like, they got clever about it, which I applaud them, but honestly, I just kind of want them to die. Oh yeah, that reminds me of Crazy Norse. I need to fix that. Did you know, I think I mentioned this recently, just this Tuesday, when Latario was like, "Hey, Lore, your thing said you weren't streaming," and I was confused by that. Did you know that Twitch has 3 completely separate settings that you have to go manually set in order to set up your schedules from when you're streaming? Can we standardize that? Is that a thing we can do? Yeah, let me get back to my... Wait, is it... Oh my god, it's Shadow Machine! Run! Ah! 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 Okay, he won't find me in here. He won't find me in here. This guy crouching them. Oh god! No, he can't see me. He can't see me. If I can't see him, he can't see me. Of course, now I can't even find the damn setting. Crazy Narsh. Why do you keep moving crap, Twitch? Why do you do this? Oh god! No! I'm sorry. Our current alignment... Actually, we're more light than I thought we'd be. 4,000 light, 2,100 dark. Okay, here we go. See if I can change this setting properly. I need it to be at this, and then at 15, I think. Yeah, that sounds right. This needs to be at 10. This needs to be at 15, and this needs to be at 10. Sorry, give me 1 second. To be completely honest, I actually thought I already changed this one, but obviously not. I changed the one that mattered, damn it. There. Save settings. Now, hypothetically, at some point, that timer down there, and the timer in the Twitch thing, and the other timer that's down there should all be accurate now. I mean, you saw they're getting rid of host mode for literally no reason, right? Like, you caught that. I know what you're saying, but didn't they give a reason? Not really, no. The reason they gave is actually wrong. Or, let me explain this in very, very simple terms. Let's say I'm like, I'm going to dunk myself in water. And when you're like, why would you do that? My answer is, because I'm so wet.
Stand by for examination and suggested products.
It's like, that doesn't... You're missing a step there.
You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
Yeah, I was wet. I needed to get rid of the wet. You know what? Screw it. Let's just do it. Screw it. We're just gonna finish the Belsavis bonus. We're just gonna do it. We're already here. Screw it. Unless you want to do a dungeon. The next one would be Kadamimu, I believe. We don't have to. Well, we do have to at some point. We don't have to this morning. So we've got Belsavis bonus, Voss bonus, and then Corellia. And then we'll hit expansion territory. You're probably asking, what's the story, lore? Why are you doing this? Well, there's some prisoners who escaped, and so we're trying to understand, can you breathe? How the teleporter works. That's it. Bonus series don't really tend to have a lot of story. I think we've talked about this before. Alright, Alex. You're fired. Welcome to the Technically Club, but you are still fired. That means I'm afraid I'm going to have to veto Paradise Killer now. Sorry. Oh no, we still were always going to do the bonuses. The just question is whether or not we were doing them on camera. I still got to do my job. So let's see. Shadow Machine, Vigilant, what do you think? You want to hit Kadamimu? Kadamimu, Luminemidigamadim. Kadamtimidiblariclicamadiminu. How many people are on the servers compared to 10 years ago? Much less? But I'm not sure we actually have accurate numbers for Tor. Let me find out. See if we can get a historical look here. That's actually not bad. 18th on the overall chart. But what I want is, like... So right now, the average player base is about 100,000 players, which is actually more than it sounds like. They only tracked data from 2015 and onwards. But back in 2015, they had 2 million, 2.4 million to be precise. Don't worry, Crazy Norse. I got your back. All right. Sure. While we're here. Ding. I might as well get these venom glands while I'm literally right here. Don't worry, Giga. You've been doing enough terrible stuff. I don't want to ask you to do Kadamimu as well. Really? You just really? Really? You're way up here. I can't. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I've always thought of... So, okay. I've actually... This is an interesting topic. Let's bring up this topic. A lot of people disagree on what an MMO is, or perhaps more accurately, what an MMO should be. And one of the things that tends to come up is the idea of what is effectively a CORPG instead of an MMORPG. Some people like to do just the roaming, large groups of people, not very guided experience. You know, EVE Online, right? And some people prefer to go through and have, you know, quests and content and meat that they can play with their friends, like Tor or Guild Wars 2. Now, I obviously lean very heavily towards the latter, but if we're being completely honest, there's such a gap between the two that they really do deserve to be considered separate types of games. It's one of the reasons why I tend to be specific about whether or not a game has developer-generated content or player-generated content, because that's ultimately what that boils down to. Yeah, it's a bit of a gap. Sorry. Wow, that drop rate. You seeing this? We have killed 5 of these so far and gotten 1 quest item. Bonus series, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I've decided to start keeping track of the numbers for each planet, because I'm vaguely curious which planet's going to be the worst. Yeah, that's actually a good comparison, Star Wars. Anyways, relevance. So, in my opinion, obviously, I don't want to get persnickety about definitions, because we all know what we mean when we say MMO, but at the same time, I do think for the sake of discussion, it's better to define MMOs and CORPGs a little bit differently from each other. That way we can look at something like, say, Tor, and compare it to something like, say, WoW, instead of something like EVE Online or Archage, right? Because they're just such different animals. Having said that, before I move forward, I do want to mention, with that definition in mind, I'm not sure if there's an MMO that I like, ever. And I was going to open that to the board a little bit, if anybody wants to jump in. Can you think of an MMO, not a CORPG, but an MMORPG, that you really like, or you really get into? One that's focused on player-generated content, and is more about just roaming around and doing whatever, rather than the WoW experience, or the Tor experience, or whatever. Hi, Zach Taft. And hi, Flag End. Ping to you. Just gonna read these at my pace. Yep, cool. That's about as meaningful of a quest as I thought it was gonna be. Hey, we cured the people of their poison. Cool. Anything else? Nope, but we cured the people of their poison. Cool. Yeah, Final Fantasy XI would qualify, at least at launch, as an MMO, whereas FF14 would qualify as a CORPG. I keep saying CO. The way I actually say that out loud is co-RPG. MMORPG, co-RPG. I'm just going to start using that from now on. Now that you know what it means. EverQuest would be an MMO. Ultima Online would be an MMO. Asheron's Call would be a co-RPG. EVE Online would be an MMO. Arcade would be an MMO. Lots of the Korean ones would be MMOs. Lineage 2 would be an MMO. I don't even know if that's still going. City of Heroes was shut down because of stupid. No, I'm not letting that go.
It's Twitter.
That's it? Jeez, there's so little story to these. It's really funny. And by funny, I mean terrible. Oh, and of course the next quest is right where I just was. Thanks, game. Okay, whatever. Mayonnaise is not an MMO. Sorry. All right, whatever. Let's do Kadamimu. Let's not keep boring people here. That is an interesting mount. All right, that's gonna be on the fleet. Yeah, and they suck, Psychotic. You can make dailies good. I know, I've played good dailies. Okay, Kadamimu. That would be there. Do I need to heal for this? Because I can, but I need to know while I'm still in the respec area. Oh, we totally need a healer. My question is, am I the healer? I'm gonna suck at it, but I can do it. It's like complaining about Dustfall March. Yes! Yes, it is! That's exactly correct! And when we review WoW, I will be complaining about Dustfall March. Alright, sounds like I need a heal. Hang on. So, let's see here. Wheel or tread-based land vehicles in Star Wars? Do they make sense? Yes! They're so cool! Oh, you mean the other kind of makes sense, right. Let's go ahead and activate this. Yep. Oh, yeah. I'm ready to heal. Let me switch up to Sawbones. Yes. Let's get some gear on. What is Dustfall Marsh? So, WoW... Let me explain this simply. So there's the WoW vanilla zones, right? Then there's the BC zones, then the Wrath zones, then the Kata zones, okay? That's the expansions. But back in vanilla, back in BC, they revamped a couple of zones, including Dustfall Marsh. So Dustfall Marsh got an update in BC, but hang on. Fast forward to Kata, and all of the old world zones got an update in Kata, with two exceptions. Silithus and Dustfall Marsh. So imagine going from... Let me use a really dumb example. Imagine you're playing Mega Man 8. And you're playing through Mega Man 8, and you're having fun, and then you enter the next stage, and the stage is all of a sudden Mega Man, 1. And then once you finish the Mega Man 1 stage, you go back to the Mega Man 8 stage. It's very jarring. Alright, hang on. Let me set up my stuff here. Oh, jeez. All sorts of buttons. I don't know what any of these buttons do. Give me a minute here. Oh, we're gonna need it, Zach Taft. We're gonna need it. Alright, so hang on. So that's the exploit for the big heal. Put that on 3. That can be done on purpose to good effect, but that's not what I'm talking about at all. What I'm talking about is just... It's jarring. Because they go straight from the South Barrens, which is one of the best Kata zones, straight into the Dustfall Marsh, which is the worst BC zone. Okay, so that grants it, so I want to put that on 1. Sorry, let me think about that build really quick. I haven't healed yet on Smuggler ever, actually. Now that I think about it. So there's my combat revive. I'll put that up here. What's this? That's whatever. That's my energy regain. Let's put that actually over here. So there's the channel heal. We'll put that on 5. There's the hot heal. That's on 2 or 4. Excuse me. That can go there. 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 Honestly, just take the stuff. Get it off the bar. Get it off the bar. Put it over there or something. Come on. There we go. All this stuff over there. Oh, it's the same ability. Welcome to MMO Design 101. What the hell are my buttons? Oh, God. Okay, so then we have... That's our standard AoE heal. That's our big AoE heal. Oh, damn it, Arcana. You can tell I'm reading chat. That's that. I don't mind healing. It is a good thing to test. That'll be our exploit. That's the generate, right? Yep, that's the generate. Okay, so what do we got down here? That's Underworld Medicine. Wait, where's Underworld Medicine? Yep, okay. You mean Medical Burst? Psychotic? A single vanilla zone in current WoW. What's the least insufferable? East Plaguelands. Followed immediately by West Plaguelands. They're the best zones in vanilla. It was such a breath of fresh air to get to those when leveling. Alright, we'll go ahead and turn Medical Burst into an AoE. On myself. I guess I can see the logic of that. The FF14 problem. What the hell is pugnacity? I know what pugnacity is. That should actually be here. Hey, E-Tree. That's a good question, Mr. Ed, but since I don't feel like leveling a character to 50 to test that, I can't answer that question. I don't understand the question, Caspian. Like... Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll stick with that. That's what that. Looks like we'll be going with Smuggle. Okay. So now I can stealth people. Yeah, except it didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a different ability, that's why. There's Smuggle. So. Be stealthed! Shadow Machine. Behold the stealth field. The avoid encounters field. It's got a frickin' 2-minute cooldown too, but whatever. We'll put it up there. Okay. Doesn't surprise me, Psychotic. My goodness. What was I on about? So Caspian asks, how do you avoid the urge to spend money? So, I mean, I don't know. I've been the person responsible for the finances of a household since I was 7.
Stand by for examination.
I guess that's the easy answer to that question. But in addition to that, I do not want to sell that. I don't mind spending real money on a game that I want to support. That's Mandalorian, that's Athos, that's Hammer. There's Kadamimu. Which I don't... Oh, no, never mind. There's a quest for it. Boop. But that's kind of the mentality. I'm only willing to spend real money on a game that I want to support.
Carrick Station on Emergency Response Corps priority frequency.
Yeah, I'm also not rich.
Master Satil, do you read us?
Excellent. You've arrived just in time. The people of Kadamimu are being held hostage by a criminal despot. Governor Chornorov was under investigation for corruption. He was about to be arrested by Republic officials when he declared his planet's independence.
What crimes was the governor being accused of?
Extortion, blackmail, and fraud are the least of his offenses. His government abused its power thoroughly. Chornorov was able to seize power because of the Republic's missile arrays stored on his world, and the criminal army he's amassed. After separatist forces were crushed on Ord Mantell, Governor Chornorov secretly offered their leaders and surviving troops asylum on Kadamimu.
He's been smuggling separatists onto his world for months? How did we not notice that?
We did notice. We simply underestimated the number he brought in. Separatists were the least of our concerns. The missiles produced on Kadamimu were supposed to supply planetary defense batteries along the Selenon Spur, a major trade route. Those worlds now lie vulnerable. Governor Chornorov has commandeered enough Republic planetary-level weapons that a large-scale invasion is impossible. The missile arrays would destroy our capital ships in orbit.
Really?
That one man could bring the Republic to its knees is inexcusable. The SIS should have assassinated Chornorov before it got this far.
Killing elected officials is the Empire's way, not ours. We'll assign blame later.
You say that.
Our only focus should be ending this. I need you to restore the planet's defenses to Republic control. That will mean defeating Governor Chornorov's elite separatist guards. A stealth-equipped assault shuttle is standing by. Your landing zone will be Kadamimu's capital industrial sector, close to the missile arrays.
You need anything else?
There is one last detail. Governor Chornorov is merely a corrupt politician. His private army's leader, General Ortal, is a mass murderer. Ortal sent thousands of innocent Ord Mantelians to their death. If you encounter that war criminal, bring him to justice.
You got it.
Kadamimu before the remaining missile defenses come online and our window of opportunity closes. May the Force be with you.
Master mode. Oh god, no. Let's not. Let's double check to make sure that we got vet instead of master, because that would be horrifying. Let's get some Mega Man music for this one. Who's with me? So, Lataria, you asked yesterday if I ever played Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 or 2, and I never really finished giving you my opinion. They were very simple games, and honestly, I probably wouldn't enjoy them, if not, whichever one I played. It was on the PS2. If not for the fact that I was playing it with friends. And that's, I mean, there's not, it's kind of a condemnation, but at the same time, it's kind of not. You know, it's like a side-scroller beat-em-up. Those games can be good, but what makes a side-scroller beat-em-up fun is playing it with friends, right? That's my take on Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And Zactap then popped in and say, what do you think of it from what you remember? Which is also the answer. Right. I am a healer. Hi, I am a healer. Beep boop. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be weird. Yeah, actually, Resident Evil 5 is a good example of this, from what I've heard. Obviously, I have not played it myself, so I'm not certain. We've lost Shadow Machine. Shadow Machine, no! He's lost to us. Nope, there he is. We're cool. We're cool. It's okay. False alarm. Someone who isn't me, go. I'm a healer. Should be interesting. So, I prefer to heal with mouse over healing for a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason is because it really increases, or rather, I should say decreases, reaction time. I'm used to healing, and I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, I'm used to healing in WoW. And in WoW, a battle can go from fine to dead to fine literally in the space of a few seconds. So, being able to shave microseconds off of your reaction time is important. That's actually where I learned mouse over healing and why I started mouse over healing. FF14 also has mouse over healing. It's actually a little bit less efficient there because of the way that game does macros. But it's still a thing. Okay, so that's an instant. Let's go ahead and do this. This. You know what? I agree with that, Latario. Absolutely. That's the channel. Yep. Cool. Oh, hey! It's what I was looking forward to! This elevator! Aw, I'm not gonna die. So, okay. We actually had a discussion about elevators, like, last week. And I said, there will be a specific elevator I'll point out when we get it. It's this one. It's this goddamn elevator. Check this out. Check this out. Did you see that? Screw this elevator. First of all, this thing is like a mile tall. Just absolutely ludicrously tall. You're not going to res me in time. Look at this thing. Just look at this for a sec. Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. God, I hate that elevator. I should probably just hit this button. So anyways, negative for elevators. They've actually, believe it or not, they've gotten rid of several elevators in this game that are like that, but there's still several. In fact, I believe the Quesh Imperial one is still there.
The coming days will be difficult. You will hear lies about civil unrest, about attacks on our soil, but our world is protected. Not just by our arsenal, but the Kadamimu Guard patrols the streets to keep you safe.
Anyways, elevators in this game suck. Like, a lot. Because they have this tendency to deliberately go out of their way to make the elevators just tall enough to kill you as you're falling. And then there's elevators like that monstrosity. And that's not the only elevator like that. It's just probably the worst elevator like that. Good morning, Evo. Shoot! Coming, coming. This is, it's a blend I've had before, but this is apple spice mixed with mint. It's quite good. The mint is understated, and so is the spice, so it's actually a really subtle blend. But I've noticed I like subtler teas, so... Shrug. By the way, I have really bad memories of this particular dungeon. Not just because of that elevator, but did you notice the mob density? This is the exact dungeon in which me and my friends started to learn how to dodge enemies in this game, because the encounters were so sloggy and so boring.
On the HoloLens.
Like this room.
There are no riots in the Mercantile District, and the missile batteries are perfectly safe.
Yeah, the mobs had tons of health. Just... So I'm assuming you're talking about the Transformers question, Lutaria, in which case the answer is yes, but I've been in the middle of stuff, so I haven't had a chance to really respond to it yet. The problem I have with chai tea is the fact that it's usually caffeinated, and I can't do caffeine, so... I didn't do that, actually. Do this. That is a silly, overpowered thing. Psychotic. You're not joking. I could probably lean on that. Where's... How was the rose tea? So, one of the teas wasn't rose, which I'm very upset about. It was actually hibiscus. You're probably thinking, well, what's the difference? Well... The difference is that hibiscus is really tart. It's basically a fruit tea. And not only do I not care for that flavor-wise, but it literally hurts my throat. So, that sucked. That's silly. In fact, I'm going to offer that tea to my sister. If she doesn't want it, it's going to get thrown away. One uses. It's the F. Okay. Okay. The actual rose tea was quite good. More bitter than I was expecting, but still good. I was hoping it would taste like more like roses too, which I know is such a sad thing, but it's whatever. Let's just edge the wall. God, look at this room. Look at this dungeon layout. God, I hate this dungeon so much. This is probably actually the worst dungeon we've covered so far. And it probably doesn't seem like it because we're just kind of Shrekking it, but trust me when I say this place sucks. Oh, I have aggro too. Nice. As it should be. As it should be. Let's go ahead and get that out. Let's see here. So Jay Palmer says, I just finished the Acellus and left Asara behind. And she started typing on computers. Do you think she's turned to the Imperials? No, I think she's enjoying a nice long torture session with an interrogation droid. You're horribly evil. Congratulations. I mean, you know me. Well, actually, you probably don't know me. Psychotic, because you don't watch me anymore. But the point is, I don't care if something's easy or hard or in between. I care if something's good. And this is just boring. Too many mobs with too much health and too little to do. Yeah, this one should be fun. I remember wiping on this guy a lot back in the day. Should be fun. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we ignore the droid and focus on him. He's got double the health of the droid, which is hysterical, by the way. Anyways, so what if the events of the Transformers 2007 film happened today? Honestly, I'm pretty sure that we could absolutely body the Transformers in real life. No, really. Their only defense against us would be their ability to hide. One thing the Transformers films got correctly was the fact that the United States military is kind of silly in the kind of damage output it can do. Good news, I have a pending paid sponsorship. Sweet! I love pending paid sponsorships. Can't wait to not make that money. Can't wait to not be able to... Oh, that's interesting. Well, bots on me, just as a heads up. Oh, it's not on me anymore. Okay, back to healing Shadow Machine. Live, Shadow Machine. Also true, Hazardous. Like, don't mistake me, giant robots are cool, and I actually do like the Transformers as a concept. But pound for pound, Jesus Christ. Pound for pound, real-life military, it's not just the United States, but in general, are gonna top that. Heal, damn you. It's the big one. Unless it's just that, in which case, whatever. Don't mind me. You know, I feel like I've already given you some advice with regards to soloing Tor. I feel like that's a thing we've already covered, Evo. Yeah, it reminds me of the old, Okay, so that's the big one. That's the instant one? Oh, that's a cooldown. Okay, that's what that is. So this is the, no really, get healed. Yeah. No, that's okay. I just need to change my mentality, Psychotic. I'm a druid, not a shaman. Ah! I can do that. I'm a good druid healer. I got this. Yeah, that's the other thing. We could just kind of... you know, win. But anyways, point being, it would be cool, and hopefully...
Some of you have questioned the makeup of the Kadamimu Guard. You ask, why have we recruited off-worlders?
Ugh.
I say, if a man like General Ortol wants to fight for our planet, it would be selfish to deny him that privilege.
Elevator. It's okay, it's only a partial one. Oh, you will, Evo. Or I could just quote Yoda. You will be. You will be. When was the trailer, Act? Is my answer to that. Yesterday. Then no. I don't even know we had a new trailer to draw. You know, believe it or not, I actually understand that, Evo. Not personally, but in general. That's why I keep trying to get you and Mr. Red to group up. Since you're both leveling Imperial characters right now. It will be, Caspian. It will be. Well, yeah, that's because... Okay, so that's a fair point to bring up, Latario. So what you're referring to is what I like to call the Doctor Who effect. Not the Doctor Who syndrome, that's a different thing. Yeah, I noticed you stopped moving, Shadow Machine. We'll chill for a second. Oh god, I will die. Oh god. Oh, yeah. Let me just kind of do that. This. Big heal. Little heals. Just kind of keep jabbing those heals into my leg. Yeah! Yeah! Feel those heals! Give me a sec, Alex. Let me get to that in a minute. I didn't know that's active. Overdose? No, I'm fine! I'm fine! I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Ugh. Oh, yeah. It's cool. It's cool. I'm just playing Trauma Team. Points if you get it. Alright, so, while we wait for Shadow Machine to get back here. Doctor Who effect is when the aliens are immune to guns. It's a weirdly common thing in science fiction and fantasy, and let me explain it a little bit, because it's not just that the aliens are immune to guns. It's a specific form of the enemies are immune to guns, and as a consequence of that, are more dangerous, but in a way that makes no sense. I'm explaining this badly. Back in Doctor Who's old stuff, right? Back in the 60s and 70s and all that, they needed the aliens to be a threat. And obviously they're very limited on budget and what the very technology of the time was, so they would show someone, and they're like, oh my god, what do you do against them? And yeah, someone pulls out a gun and shoots, and it just does nothing. Because they need them to be a threat. Now, to be clear about this, I'm not pointing to any situation where guns don't work on an enemy, because there are ways that can make sense. But the Doctor Who effect is when they do that literally just because, just as a writing trope. Like, oh yeah, no, they're totally immune. Wink, wink. Yeah, it's effectively a form of underthought. Now, what does that have to do with Transformers? Well, a lot of older cartoons had the exact same thing. They needed their giant mechs to be threatening, or, on their own territory. As part of their own category of combat. Otherwise, what I just said would happen. You get a battleship just in range of a Transformer, which I remind you is miles away. That Transformer is dead. Have you seen the cannons on a battleship? Never mind in range of a carrier and its flight group. So, they just make them immune. And that's the end of it. That's one of the reasons why I almost laugh at how they presented the Transformers in the Michael Bay verse. Because as much as those movies are some of the worst written movies literally ever made, the fact is they actually got several details interestingly right. And one of them was the fact that the military, not just the US military, but the militaries of modern-day Earth could absolutely win against the Transformers. And they did. Now, a good story would have used that, would have made that part of the story and made it, made humans part of the threat. And is that a Wookiee? That is a Wookiee. Instead, in the Bayverse, it was mostly being done for, military porn. That being said, and if I ever actually cover the Transformers films, I'll talk about this in more detail. There is a weirdly large amount of sense make in the Transformers films, not with regards to the Transformers, or the teenagers, or colleges, but the military. Only the little ones, the ones that could physically interact with them, have this. There's actually a scene right at the very beginning of the first Transformers film where, I forget his name, but the helicopter's coming in. The military is on it immediately. Figures out that it's some kind of rogue, doesn't know what it is exactly, has people on hand, and is completely ready for what they believe to be a hostile invader. That's absolutely accurate. That is exactly how that could and should go. Then...
This is General Order to the intruders. The governor may be cowering in his bunker, but we will do our job. You won't get any further.
Yeah, that is some nice gear. Then, Blackout. Thank you, Lothario. As soon as the helicopter, I actually had to have Blackout. Then, when they come in and Blackout starts hacking their system, what does the commander of the base do? He grabs a nearby axe, which happens to be right near where it should be, and literally cuts the cable. Now, that may sound like a big action movie moment, but actually, no, that is literally actual military policy. There's a reason that axe is right there. When I first saw that film, I thought that was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. And then I, looked into it and asked some of my friends and then did some more research on my own. It's like, oh, that's actually how they would deal with that. I know that's such a little thing, but that's my point. There's a lot of little details of the military being surprisingly competent in that film. I know. I'm reaching a little bit because the Transformers films kind of suck. But credit where credit is due. You know me. Even a game that has 15 negatives to gameplay might still have 2 pluses to gameplay, right? I thought they assigned him to some cruise bars. Sorry, dumb joke. Alright, so, hang on. Now, what I would hope would be that, people would reach out to the Transformers and be like, let's interact with each other. Let's have diplomatic relations instead of die. But, humans, right? Why would he do that? Okay, so if there's a lot of very sensitive material that tends to be networked, and all of that goes along a single cable. There's one point of failure for that. On purpose, it's designed that way so that if everything else fails, if your internal security fails, if the base is literally physically being invaded, if someone is actually got an invasive virus in that you can't otherwise deal with, you literally can physically cut the cable, and they're cut off. They no longer have access to your network. Does that make sense? Hell, I've actually been briefed on how to deal with situations like that in situations a lot less severe than a frickin' military base. When all else fails, cut the cord. Anyways, so let's see. In Code Veronica, they brought Wesker back, who had superpowers in the old days. Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought the first time Wesker got superpowers was in, what was the name of that one where you're... It's a rail shooter, and it's like going across the eras of Umbrella or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? I think it was Umbrella Chronicles. That sounds right. Oh, now we wait. Elevators! Yeah, for the Wii. That's the one. Let's see. Questions. So Alex asks, hot and cold heals. So...
This is General Orko to all forces. The command center is under attack. Do not let the enemy take control of the missile batteries.
So I've never heard of a cold heal. I know what a hot is, of course. That's this. Boop. Hot is actually an acronym. Heal over time. Exactly what it sounds like. But there are actually several types of heals. So there's reactive heals, there's preventative heals, there's straight heals, there's heals over time, and all of those have an additional variable on top of them. That is channeled, instant, cooldown. So that's pretty much healing in a nutshell. There's very, very, very few variants on top of those base bones, those bare bones of healing design. So, like, for example, this is a cast. Pretty typical. Whereas this is an instant cast. Whereas this is a cast with a cooldown, and so forth and so on. All of them just kind of have mix and match parts there. I'm actually more impressed with this healing spec than I thought I'd be. It is very frustrating to keep up with throughput because this is not a throughput healer, but I haven't failed to do so yet. But yes, regen would be a hot, for example. A bubble would be preventative. I know there's reactive heals in FF14, I just don't remember what they're called. But reactive heal is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you put a buff on someone, and if they fulfill condition A, then a heal goes off regardless of everything else. You're probably thinking, but Lore, hang on. Explain to me why there's any value or benefit of having a reactive heal instead of a straight heal. It's actually very simple. You can layer them. So let me explain what I mean by that. Let's say for a moment that Mario music starts playing, and it's awesome. That is one of the best things that can happen. Let's do this, and then refill that. Let's say for a moment that you are... God damn, live! Live, Vigilant! Live! Live! God damn! I'm just pouring heals into you here. A reactive heal... This is, obviously... I'm sorry, I don't want... By the way, if you ever wonder why I go in depth into these kind of... Excuse me, in slight depth into mechanics like this, it's because I know that not everyone who watches my show is aware of all this terminology and aware of these specifics. I'm not trying to say that anybody's stupid. So I've been accused of that every now and again. You just say all that stuff to make yourself stupid. No, it's because people ask me to talk about this stuff. You're not stupid and I'm not smart, okay? Alright, so, gotten that out of the way. If you put a reactive heal on someone, and they start taking a lot of damage, not only is the reactive heal going to go off, but you are free to do things separate from the reactive heal. You have taken an action and separated it from your action bar, effectively. So that separate action bar now has the ability to do things regardless of you. It's kind of a fire and forget thing. So if reactive heals are extremely important for throughput. Throughput is how much heal you can do per time. That's the width of the pipe right there, as I like to call it. You can only pour out so many heals at a time, and there's a finite mathematical max of how much healing you can do per second, effectively, right? So, like, for example, this, I can't layer this because that's a channel. But what I could do is I could throw that down on the ground, the little kotol thing, and then I could actually do something like, say, this, and then I could do this, and therefore I've got 3 heals layered at the same time, and so forth and so on. Alright, who's ready for our arbitrary light side, dark side choice of the dungeon? There's always one. I don't know if that's actually true. That's a lot of missiles. Alright, so we can alter the trajectory of the missiles. We got this. That guy just brings out a puppy. Stab. So we can target the Imperial fleet. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's the right choice, so let's just do that. Death to the Imperials, unto the living. I'm with you, Arcano. How is that dark or light? We can either... So, okay, in case you missed that, the enemy missile thing, which we're here to stop to begin with, is going to launch one way or another. All we can do is change its target. We can either target an uninhabited moon, which would probably cause untold devastation as it adjusts the gravitational shift, never mind what kind of debris that's going to cause. Or we could target the nearby Imperial fleet. How is this a choice? I mean, I guess this is before the war. I guess. Yeah, this dungeon sucks, by the way. This is honestly the worst dungeon we've covered so far. I'm glad I'm healing and can talk about healing, because otherwise I'd just be sitting here going, ugh, I'm just punching myself in the jaw to pass the time. Oh, I hate this fight. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do it.
I fought in the war. Yeah! You think I'm afraid now?
Yes. Wait, no. Wait. Phone a friend. Wow, that hurts like hell. Oh my god, that hurts like hell. Oh, that's why. Okay, a little more visual indicator of the range on the fire game would be nice.
Keep firing! Keep firing!
Like, honestly, you can make fun of me all you want. That is not what I would call a consistent field of attack. You remember when WoW actually added literal circles like that right there? You see that circle? In order to indicate where spells were? They did that because of crap like that. Oh god, Shadow Machine, Shadow Machine, Shadow Machine! Oh god! I don't have that much throughput! I don't have that much throughput, oh god! Live, Shadow Machine, live! Think of the puppies! Think of the kittens! Oh god, you got disconnected, didn't you? No! No! Oh god, okay, this, I'm not gonna be able to keep you up through that. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna be able to, I'm gonna try! I'm gonna try! Oh, yep, dead, okay. Whew, okay, so we're gonna wipe. This is, either that or it's gonna take 7 years, one of the two. Okay, I think I actually have a combat res. We'll find out in a minute if you get back in. What the heck is your internet doing today, man? Hang on, I'm gonna actually get boss music going because this is gonna be interesting. Hang on. Let's switch down to this. Hang on. Gotta get the boss playlist going. There we go. Shoot him a little bit. Some flames. Orcano is getting burned to death. Done. Okay, where's the corpse? Where's the corpse? Oh, you're already up. Yay! Be healed. Oh, Jesus. Shadow Machine, no! Cover that a little bit here. Did you have to do that? Just trying to be a dick? Is that what this is?
Keep firing! Keep firing!
Well, if you insist. Tanks? Whoa. Run. Who needs stinking tanks? Tank Bane. Those you're not aware. Yeah, it's weird, Alex. He's kicking my ass. I don't know where it's coming from.
Firing!
God, he's just standing here. He's burning me to death. Oh, right. Things are always on fire. This guy is only at half health. Oh my god, this boss sucks! Like, in all honesty, let's break this down for a second. So first of all, we have the fact that it doesn't actually show it, but these things actually hit a quadrant of the area. That's why only 1/4 of the map is safe at a time, right? You can kind of intuit that, but nothing actually indicates that, so it's really possible, trust me, to just kind of be like, alright, I'm safe. Oh god, I'm burning to death. Ah! I'm not even talking about what happened to me earlier. I'm talking like back when we used to do this, when this was, you know, arguably a lot harder than it currently is. So that's the first problem. The second problem...
Keep firing! Keep firing!
...is the fact that this guy has way too much health. And the third problem is that there's nothing else to this fight. This is extraordinarily boring. He has a knockback. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Shadow Machine. No! Do I have a yank? What's the name of my yank? Oh, God, what's the name of my yank? Oh, God, and Shadow Machine's dead. So it's boring. He has too much health. And the mechanic isn't as well done as it probably should be. I don't have a yank? What? 50 negatives to gameplay. No yank. Can't rescue people into pits. F-. I will say I do like how the mana management works. I know that sounds like a strange thing to comment on. Yes, Ventures, yes it is. Speaking as someone who's been healing in MMOs since WoW Vanilla, actually since Asheron's Call, but let's not get into that. You kind of get a feel for your mana and how much you can and should have depending on how you're healing. And this is actually pretty well balanced. I'm actually impressed with it. Like, to talk that out a little bit, if I really start going balls to the wall to try and keep someone alive and improve my throughput as much as possible, I will burn through my mana, as I should. But as long as I'm having just a little bit of decency and brain havery with regards to my heals and stagger things properly, I'm actually at net positive on my mana regen, which I should be.
Keep firing! Keep firing!
Yeah, by the way, he's test firing the rockets. Whoops. That's what's actually hitting us. It's just the rockets, like, sending off the jets as they're testing or whatever. Which makes me wonder how stupid this guy is. I know in a video game sense, he can't be hurt by those, but in a lore sense, if he's firing rockets in his own arena, wouldn't that also hurt him? Right? Like, I'm not super crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, this is hard metal in an area that's not only being constantly have that shoved into it. Like, we should probably be out of oxygen by now. Never mind the fact that most of this metal should be super hot. Whoops. Uh-oh. Where's your corpse, Shadow Machine? I don't even see it. That would be an interesting strategy if this was actually, you know, a good game. I mean, a good dungeon. Sorry, I don't mean that. If this is a good dungeon. Try to hold the boss in the flame. Obviously, it's creaming you, but it's also creaming him, you know?
You actually won!
Whoever you are, listen! Those missile batteries are all that's protecting Kadamimu! You can't take control from it!
Yes, I can.
Fleet Command. Looks like the missile batteries are disengaged and the governor's shuttle just became vulnerable. Leave the cleanup to us.
Oh, we're done. So anyways, I'm thinking a bare minimum of 2 negatives to gameplay. Thoughts? Good job, everyone, by the way. And thank you for the assist. Too many trash. Way too much trash. This dungeon has more trash than any dungeon we've seen so far. Way too much trash. Way too much health. Very boring. The elevator of doom. Although, actually, I'm going to count the elevator as part of its separate negative for just the whole game. Because the whole game has the elevator problem. Whoops. Sorry. Towns, Mr. Red. Towns, hubs. Where's
Master Satio, this is Carrick Station reporting. What's the situation on Kadamimu?
Better than we hoped, thanks to you. Governor Chornorov was captured and his separatist allies are surrendering to our forces.
That war criminal you wanted brought in made the mistake of trying to stop us. General Ortol won't be hurting anyone else.
I'd have preferred putting him on trial, but at least he didn't escape. Not only did you liberate Kadamimu, you thwarted an Imperial invasion. We detected an enemy fleet dropping out of hyperspace at the system's edge. When the Imperials saw we commanded Kadamimu's missile defenses, they retreated. Had they captured that world, dozens of systems would have been threatened.
Maybe the governor planned to join the Empire?
Chornorov would never have turned over power, but it's possible his separatist friends had other plans. It will be some time before Kadamimu's government is restored. Until then, we'll maintain the peace. Enjoy your respite from the fighting. I'll be in touch. May the Force be with you.
Okay. No. Okay. So, Voss. Right. I guess I'll go to my ship then. Ooh, excuse me. Let's see. Questions. Make sure we're caught up here. Republic class you can be the most evil on? Probably Jedi Knight, honestly. It's really pathetic and whiny evil. But it's pretty evil. It's like petty. I wasn't gonna presume another dungeon since Shadow Machine's having issues. I'm down with running another dungeon if you want to. Like, they need to be done at some point anyways. We might as well just get them out of the way. They all suck. They all suck. We're not at the worst one yet. Next one would be... Hang on, let me pull up the list here. Looks like Mandalorian Raiders. No, we did that, didn't we? No, I don't think we did. Did we do Mandalorian Raiders? Let's say I feel like we didn't do it, so we actually... I'm sorry, that's my fault then. We skipped over that by accident. So yeah, we have to do Mandalorian Raiders. And then give it negatives. Well, I'm down. Shadow Machine, it's kind of on you, though. What are you thinking? Hypothetically, yes, Latario. Although, of course, we all know that the Force is ill-defined, and so the Force's abilities are ill-defined, so shrugged. It's the same problem a lot of science fiction has, Latario, where a robot who should have substantially faster reflexes than a human tends to frequently lose to humans because they don't use those reflexes because plot. Alright, screw it, let's try it. Mandalorian Raiders. Let's do it. Let's get that crap out of the way. You know me, just get it out of the way, get it done. Get the slog out of the way so we can enjoy the cherry of the Sith Empire side one. Because remember, when we get to the Sith Empire side, we're not going to have to do most of these dungeons. Because we've done them. They don't vary. So we won't have to do the crap dungeons. And we won't have to do the crap classes. That's true. We can also ask Giga if she's down to replace you, Shadow Machine. Listen, humans are superior, Star Wars, as we all know. The worst Flashpoint? I know which one is the worst by memory. We'll see. I didn't know you had someone on the Alliance. I mean, the Republic. Wow, lore. Hang on. So, Mr. Red says Eden 12. Yeah, go ahead and put that under mid-mission checkpoints. That's a good place for that. Even though it is part of the boss fight. Yeah, exactly, Arcano. So once we do these, we're good. Don't have to do this crap anymore. I'm sorry, Jay Palmer. I'm sorry. Okay, real talk. Playing this game has been putting me in the mood to play WoW lately. That's probably sad. Is this it? Yep, here we go. Perfect.
Master Satio, come in. We've arrived at Carrick Station. Brief us on the situation.
So few have answered my call, but time is not our ally. We must act quickly. A Mandalorian clan attacked and hijacked our warship Elusis while it was undergoing refit at the Fondor shipyards. They're using the vessel to raid defenseless Outer Rim systems.
Okay.
There's a bigger enemy behind this. Mandalorians don't sneeze without the Empire's permission.
We thought the same, at first. The Mandalorians are inflicting heavy casualties and extorting tributes from the conquered worlds. They're demanding weapons, medical supplies, even food. But once their victims hand everything over, the Mandalorians jettison their plunder out the Elusis' airlock.
What?
These victims have to stop giving in to the Mandalorians.
They have no choice. Worlds that resist suffer greater devastation. The Raiders are a group of rogue Mandalorians from an especially militant clan called Varad. They've broken away from the Empire and Mandalore's leadership. Clan Varad is also attacking Imperial planets, and the Empire wants revenge. Fortunately, its fleet has been unable to destroy the Elusis.
If the Elusis attacked Imperial worlds and survived, it must be quite a ship.
Our engineers had just upgraded the vessel with advanced shields and weaponry when it was stolen. Republic spies just intercepted a coded transmission sent to the Imperial Grand Moff by a Sith Lord named Darth Malgus. The news isn't good.
Mandalore scouts have tracked their rebellious brethren to the Tamarin sector. An Imperial strike team is on its way to board Clan Varad's vessel. We will terminate the traitors, capture the Republic's warship, and add it to the Empire's arsenal.
The Elusis must not be captured by the Empire. We need its shield and weapons technology for our own defense.
I mean, her name's Satil Shan for a reason, Evo.
If you need a team to capture that ship, you're talking to the right people.
Our only hope is to board the Elusis, defeat Clan Varad, and fly back to Coruscant before Darth Malgus' agents beat us to it.
Thwarting Sith Lords is my specialty, Master Satil. Mandalorians shouldn't pose any greater threat.
Clan Varad's warriors specialize in fighting Jedi. Don't underestimate them. I'm leading an attack fleet to your target's coordinates. Our ships will distract the Mandalorians so you can safely board the Elusis. Your assault shuttle is waiting in the station docking bay. May the Force be with you.
Oh, right. Veteran, not master. Not master. Right. About it. No, Jay Palmer. For the same general reason, we're not going to bother with most of the stuff we're not going to bother with. Reasonability. Yeah, that sounds like 2 negatives to New Game Plus to me, Mr. Red. Oh no! Whoop, wrong set, wrong song. So Triaxi asks a weird question. If Vader had a choice, who would he work for? Rhea, Dark's Council, or Sidious?
This is the chieftain of Clan Varad. Whoever you are, you've challenged the wrong ship.
Right, healer. Like, who's Rhea? Oh, hey. I got that from the last mission. Yeah, sure, whatever. Gotta change equipment in combat. Ah, damn. The question is, what did you do about it, Evo? You had a choice. You could have been evil. Or less evil. Yeah, Vader, it just... Someone should just decide what should happen in the best interest of the people, and then do it! Sorry, Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Hey, Andrew. You know what would have been awful, Shadow Machine, if you can hear me? What if the reason your internet kept bugging out was actually specifically because of whatever graphic was loading wrong on that boss fight? Because I've seen that happen before, where like a specific thing is just loading wrong and it kicks the game. You know what I mean? That's right, Evo. You slaughtered them like animals! Or, I mean... Because you notice most of those issues happened in that boss fight. I think all of it did. You know, Vigilant's trying desperately to get all the aggro. All the aggro. All the aggro. There we go, okay. And not just the trash, but the bosses! And the NPCs, too! Sorry, Can ships attack in hyperspace? No. Has there been many cases? No. Let's say you have two ships in proximity entering hyperspace. Do they enter the same hyperspace and therefore can see each other, or do they enter separate hyperspace when they go into it? So, technically they would enter the same hyperspace, but the relative distance change thing is so wildly distorted that for all intents and purposes, they would not be able to see each other, even if they were, like, in visual range of each other when they entered hyperspace. Now, I know what you're going to say, but hang on, Laura, I remember several episodes of the Clone Wars where they could see each other in hyperspace, and that's because that's a cool visual. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're going to live. You're going to be okay. You're all right. You're all right. You're all right. Hit the wrong button on accident. I might need to rebind that. Well, which did you choose, Evo? I'm dying to know. Alright, Kirby music. I'm ready now. Alright, so. One more thing. If there's a device that can create mass shadow, how does it do it exactly? Good question. It reinverts the tachyon florgitards and reglarginates them with its Shinglariano. In all honesty, there's probably an answer somewhere, but I don't know it. It generates gravity, effectively. And that gravity generates, you know, a mass shadow, and that mass shadow generates there. And there you go, boom. I'm not sure how you generate gravity, but that's how it operates. Making something really dense. So it just pulls up its phone, loads the Twitter app. I remember hating this fight. I don't remember why, but I remember hating this fight. There are people who will notice, but it will never have any lasting effect, even. They'll just notice. But anyways, boop. It's also going to be very relevant to the end of Act 1, so keep that in mind, Evo. Oh, I just have aggro. Okay, that's cool. Follow me to infinity. Don't worry, I lost aggro. Damn it. Primary mandatory. Correct, Evo. Not very often, but it does show up. Keep that in mind. I mean, I'd say he was pretty effective, X. That's just my take. Okay, I need to heal myself. Jeez Louise. This guy is not fun. He hits really hard. Wow, he's hitting hard. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that might have killed me. Hang on, let's... Yeah, there we go. There we go, that's the stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus, this guy hits so hard. Why does this hit so hard? Where's Vigilant? Why is it getting healed? Oh, it's way over there. Be healed, Vigilant. Be healed, Vigilant. Drugs! Drugs! Just keep jamming those drugs in there. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, these things have too much health! We haven't even killed one of them yet! And I have aggro back. Oh, I have... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Ugh. Ugh. Your healer's down. FYI. Wow! Okay, yes, I accept the revive. Did we kill at least one? Okay, we're about to kill one of them. There! Jesus! Okay, where's my freaking recover ability? Is that it? I know I have one somewhere. Sure that's not it? No, that's not it. Thought I had one. Well, whatever, let's just keep Vigilant alive. Live, Vigilant. I command you. In the name of King Arthur, open the door! Oh my, I'm giving this boss by itself a negative. This is redunculous. No wonder I hated this fight. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just gonna stand over here. I'm just gonna stand over here. I'm just gonna eat it. Eat it in the face. In the face. Yep. Oh, Jesus. That's right, he does an aggro wipe, too. That's another irritation. I love aggro wipe bosses. That's sarcasm. It was an old trick they used a lot in WoW Vanilla that they stopped using because it sucked. Yeah, let me start. Ugh. Ugh, there we go. There we go. Let me just really jam that healing into myself here. Spam. Holy crap. Look at this. And there's the de-aggro. But we killed the other thing. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're going down, buddy. Wait, we're not going down. The opposite of that. The opposite of that. And then he's like, I'm gonna res my people, because I can do that. How much health do you frickin' have? This guy has 1.8 million health. That doesn't sound like a lot. We're hitting for the thousands. Well, I'm hitting for the thousands. I don't know what they're hitting for. He's not even at half health. That's how much health that is. Oh God. Why are you running? Very true, Jay Palmer. But let's ignore the numbers for a moment. We've been fighting this guy for, 9 minutes, according to the timestamps. I actually just went dry on mana. For, like, the first time, really. So, there's a concept in healing. It's called dead sticking. The whole point of dead sticking is a lot of MMOs, including this one, have not include this, including FF14, excuse me, have a thing where you regenerate more mana if you aren't casting. Like in FF14, if you cast and you cast and you cast, your mana will just kind of sit there. But if you stop casting for a while, your regen will start kicking in. WoW does this too.
You're good, but you're not Mandalorians.
Oh my god! What's the name of this guy? Brax the Bloodhound. Enjoy your completely separate negative just for you. You are that special. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's see here. So, questions. Oh no! The Combine has attacked the Star Wars universe during the height of the Clone Wars. How does this affect the galaxy? So, okay, there's two ways to look at the Combine. They're incredibly overpowered, or they're incredibly underpowered, and there's really not a lot of in between. And it's kind of interpretive because Half-Life is really loose with its lore. So, either the Galactic Empire would curb stomp the Combine. Excuse me. The Republic, the Grand Army of the Republic would curb stomp the Combine. Or they would be utterly swept by them and not be able to fight back. And there's really not a lot of in between there. It's okay. This is WoW, and we can change specs in mid-dungeon. Yep, okay, cool. So this is FF14, and we cannot change specs in mid-dungeon. That's cool. Palpatine? Oh, he's out. He's like, well, time to become God! And he goes and tries to merge with the Force and take over the Force, which was actually what he was doing anyways in the AU, so that's kind of whatever. Evo says, I like it when story goes dark does not mean evil. Let's restructure that a little bit. I like it when a story showcases the idea that darkness is not evil. Can I think of some examples of that? So I actually mentioned some examples yesterday, but you asked for good examples. So there's Final Fantasy XIV. There's the Extant. I don't know if I agree with Hollow Knight. Oh, almost. Look, I'm even up in the air as if I landed on it. That's how close I was. I was trying to land on it. I suppose... Well, no, that doesn't really qualify either. Yeah, that's exactly my point, Evo. Pretty much nobody does that. Hollow Knight's kind of a weird one. Because we don't really know what the Void is. We just play as the Void. And we honestly don't even really know what the Brilliant... Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. The Brilliance is certainly evil, but again, even that's in the realm of interpretation. Because it's a Dark Souls game. I'm willing to, like, provisionally allow Hollow Knight. Which, it kind of ties in with the idea of Kingdom Hearts. So someone mentioned Kingdom Hearts. The problem is Kingdom Hearts keeps flip-flopping on its mind on that. Kingdom Hearts started to go into a dark is not evil. And then changed their mind. And went back to dark being evil. So yeah, in Chain of Memories, I agree completely. And arguably in Dream Drop Distance a little bit as well. So that's kind of it. And honestly, I think that's a damn shame, if I can be blunt about it. Because I loved where they were going with that. You could also argue the game we're playing right now. So in Tor, the dark side isn't Well, let me walk that back for a second. In Tor, we have multiple writers, so we have multiple interpretations of the Force. But several of those writers agree that the dark side is not evil, and the light side is not good. And there are several showcasings of that in this game. And I freely admit it's at least a major reason why I tend to like this game so much, in terms of how it portrays the Force. And yeah, Xehanort is just
Get in position.
hilariously evil. Like, ridiculously evil. That's... okay. I remember this fight. Okay, hold on. Can't change, can I? I can do this. Can't I? Give me a second. Don't pull yet. So, I've done plenty of healing. I think I'm satisfied with healing. And since you, whoever you are also a healer, I'm not sure who's the healer in the group. I didn't even realize we actually had another healer. So, this means I gotta set up my bar really quick. Unless you would rather go DPS. Because I have to set up a bar from scratch here. Whoever you are. I mean, Xehanort's big thing is time. Look at young Xehanort, for God's sakes. Ah, okay. Orcano, do you have a DPS spec you can quickly swap to? Yes or no? Look at my question queue. I already answered that one. Was Vader the Emperor's Wrath, or had that role been gotten rid of? I mean, he was effectively the Emperor's Wrath, but he wasn't officially. He was just the Emperor's right-hand man. You can keep going. Okay. So that didn't answer my question at all. Do you have a DPS spec you can swap to? That would be preferable. If not, we're going to have to pause for 5 minutes while I set up my bars. Because I've never played this before. Okay, you can switch. Cool. Please do. I'm going to switch back to being a healer. My bars are good, and I'm good to go. So I don't know the Tor order of kills. I know it's Skull first. Whoops. Ugh. Sorry, comma. You caught me streaming, period. But yes, comma. I did get the check last night, comma, and attempted to deposit it, period. It should be going through sometime tomorrow, period. Please stop bothering me about it. If Mace Windu took Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, and Shakti with him instead of those idiots, would he have killed Sidious? That's a good question. But then again, I would lean towards no, but that's because I've always felt that Palpatine is a level of power in combat that most others just can't even come close to. Green first? Really? And then purple? Wow, that's almost the opposite of what I would think. And then red last? Wow. See, I was thinking fire, blaster, saber, gear. But that is, of course, entirely down to interpretation, and God, we've had this argument 7,000 times, and I don't actually want to argue it. So all I'm going to say is that you be the judge of that. Street Lord. Okay, I am ready. I guess I'll do this. Except there is no ready check. Whatever. Death to the healer. And to the living! that out. Grab all the bundle. That. This. Oh, I know, okay. Like I said, I honestly don't want to argue it, because to be completely honest, I'm goddamn sick of that argument. We disagree. The end. We're done. We're done. We've been arguing about it for 20 goddamn years. I don't care anymore. If I say you're right, even though I don't mean that and I'm lying to your face, does that end the argument? We're done. God, I hate that goddamn argument. Alright, we're done. We're done. Moving on. By the way, I just noticed the guy I'm kind of tanking here is named Krennic. It's spelled differently. His name is Krennic. That's hurting. The argument is the fight between Palpatine versus Mace Windu, which is something that fans of Star Wars have quite literally been arguing since the films came out. Different writers, different creators, and different fans all have a different opinion on what was happening and why. Because it's not just a binary thing, right? Like there's some room for nuance in there. But everybody disagrees on what was going on there, and honestly, I'm just sick to death of the argument. That's why I'm just noping out of it. Whoa there, Orcano. Crap, 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 crap. Stop stunning me! Jesus, this guy's a dick. Full zero violator. I'm being choked to death. That is not pleasant.
At least that idiotic peace treaty hasn't made you soft. This might be a decent fight after all.
Getting a lot of good gear in here. It's impressive. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Star Wars. Everybody has their own opinion on how things are going and why things are blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like arcing turbo lasers. Anyways, moving on. So, why do I think people forgot the Sith and the Jedi? Bad writing. Okay, no, for real, though. There's this really weird common tendency in fiction to treat history as something that's just lost. Like, that nobody remembers events, even though they only happened a century ago or 3 centuries ago. Like, we actually just talked about this in the Lufia run, if you remember. That was not that long ago. And it's only been 99 years. And yet people had already been forgetting about the Sinistrals and the heroes in the war. And it's like, really? Now, the argument canon has been leveled that our current level of historical preservation is higher than it's ever been for our entire species. And that's true. But the thing is, people have been trying to keep track of history for millennia. The reason we can try to go through documents and decipher and deduce what happened is because people have been keeping track of history for millennia. Now, that's not the absolute truth of things, but we could still at least get, like, we could triangulate in on the truth, right? As I like to say. I wish I came up with that phrase. It's a good phrase. So that's my answer. Bad writing. Moving on. One person not remembering the Sith of the Jedi? That makes sense. An entire culture? Huh? You know there'd be some website somewhere in the Star Wars universe that's dedicated towards, you gotta believe the truth about the Jedi, and they totally did this, and there's these diagrams on the walls and everything. So, who's ready for our mandatory dark side, light side choice here? So, in the airlock beyond, we notice Mandalorian engineers and technicians. Though they pose no immediate threat, the engineers are complicit in Clan Varad's hijacking of the Eleusis. Murder them all! Why is this a... I mean, I guess the other option is to capture them. But no, they're just dead. They're just turbo dead. Bye! Peace! There is no death. There is the Force.
Come on. I'm waiting for you.
I mean, exactly, Lotario. That's exactly my point. And Kira White Noise brings up a good thing, too. We literally know things. Not total facts, but we know things about the freaking ancient Egyptians. We know things about, what is it, like 4000 BC, I think? That's when things really start to vague it up. Maybe it's 5000 BC. I forget. It's a freaking long time ago. Yeah, the Mesopotamian era. The Star Wars had the internet. So, Star Wars, along with Star Trek, do not have the internet because it wasn't really a thing. I mean, yes, I know the internet existed in the 70s. You know what I'm talking about. That being said, they did come up with the HoloNet later to try and add that to Star Wars. They never added an internet to Star Trek. By the way, yes, Star Trek Rewrite will have an internet. Of course, it'll also have, you know, video games. I'm sorry, I know that's such a minor thing to get upset about, but the fact that Star Trek has no forms of entertainment other than the holodeck, which they don't use as a video game, and, poker, darts, and sex. That's what Star Trek has. Oh yeah, they also have little puzzle games. There's one in Voyager, and there's the one that showed up during TNG, which I can't think of the name of right now. Like, what? It's... Yeah, there's also that weird judo. Can't forget the judo. Can't forget the judo. Can't forget that thing where they have the two female main characters do sexy stretches for effectively no other reason than to have sexy stretches while they're talking about how hot guys are, by the way. Great scene. Old people entertainment. Look, I'm as boring as they come, but for God's sakes, you can't tell me you don't have, like, entertainment. Like, I roll to disbelieve at that point. It's one of the reasons why Enterprise will have a PnP game. It will. I've decided this. No one's talking me out of this. I've already sold Low Reloaded on it, so that's already slotted in. Yeah, we need to focus turrets. I remember this fight, too. God, all these fights suck! Hate this dungeon! I take it back. This dungeon's actually worse than Kadamimu. Boom! Here, let's go.
But this ship belongs to Clan Varad.
Piss off.
Time for you to die.
PnP, Dungeons and Dragons is the most well-known PnP. PnP stands for pen and paper, by the way. It's a development of the tabletop game, which itself branched out 15 times.
Getting tired?
So nowadays we call it PnP to be clear. Cyberpunk would be a PnP game. Turrets. Floating turrets. That's really common, isn't it? GURPS would be a PnP game. Worlds Without Number would be a PnP game. You get it. There's actually quite a few. In fact, most people just say D&D when what they mean is PnP. I think you're right, Shadow Machine. I'm sorry you're lagging, though, Orcano. That sucks. This. Yeah, Kleenex. It's the Kleenex situation. When people say Kleenex, what they mean is tissue. It's very common. I had to actually clarify with Reloaded that when I was talking about having a D&D game in Enterprise, what I meant was a PnP game in Enterprise. Because he was concerned about literally putting Dungeons and Dragons into Enterprise, and I agree, that shouldn't happen. We should have ogres and oubliettes. Actually, so far, if anybody wants to jump in on this, you're welcome to. So far, we've still been trying to name it. The current winning name is Vulcan's Adventures. So, for those of you not aware of how this works, all D&D type games, especially in fiction, have to follow the same naming schema. You know, ogres and oubliettes, bunkers and badasses. So it needs to be, needs to start with the same word, letter, you know, V and V or whatever, D and D, O and O. And one of them needs to be a thing, and one of them needs to be a place. Is that it? Did we finish it? We did. Thank God. Oh, thank you for joining me on that, but God, I hate this place so much. This is actually the worst dungeon so far, and that's impressive considering we did Aethys earlier. Kindreds and Klingons. Yeah, exactly. You get it. You get it. Yeah, sorry, Warpcore. I slurred it a little bit. Vulcans and Ventures. Let me say it more clearly. Starships and Stooges. And Mega Skullman Spotlight. Bridges and Borgs. Well, this is a little bit before the Borg, like, was known. Like, this is invented in the Enterprise era. So.
The Eleusis was returned safely to Coruscant, Master Satil. Clan Varad no longer poses a threat.
Repairing the damage those Mandalorians inflicted will take time, but the Eleusis will now assist that process. The SAS intercepted another transmission from Darth Malgus to the Grand Moff. I thought you should see it.
The Republic showed unanticipated initiative. Our inability to secure their warship for the Empire is regrettable, but the rebellious Mandalorians were punished. I am gathering intelligence on the Republic agents who destroyed Clan Varad. Such formidable opposition must be dealt with.
Formidable opposition? He doesn't know the half of it. The Empire's days are numbered.
I'm concerned for your safety, and what Malgus' statement implies. Judging by his transmission, Darth Malgus is determined to make examples of you. Take extra precautions. Thank you for your service. You saved many lives today. May the Force be with you.
Two possible answers, Latario. First, different lightsaber. Second, Clone Wars wasn't written at that point in time, the show. So, they didn't know those events happened. So, they didn't keep track properly. I mean, you want to keep going? You want to just knock this crap out and be done with it? Like, you know my opinion. Get the crap out of the way is pretty much always my approach. Okay, so, Vigilance bowing out. Giga, are you there? Do you want to bow in? If the internet was a modern fantasy game, would it be a plane or something else? I like the idea that it's a plane. That sounds kind of cool. I mean, plane of knowledge is a thing in several settings. No, it's okay. I can heal. I can heal. I don't mind healing. Okay, so what is that outfit? I am confused by that outfit. Alright, so let's see. So we did that. So now it's time to see if memory is correct. And if the Colicoid wargame really is the worst dungeon in this game. And when Arcano gets back, we'll deduce that. We'll see. We'll see how bad it is. So how would I rate healing compared to WoW? So first of all, worse in every way. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. But WoW's... Tor has a bit of a server tick problem. FF14 has the same issue. Tor also has the same problem every MMO has other than WoW, which is the fact that they host most of the stuff on the server side rather than on the game side. We've talked about this before. What it boils down to is there's a little extra awkwardness and a little bit of extra delay to basically everything you do. Your position, your casts, your cooldowns, like everything, just across the board. So that causes its own issues. Oh.
Opening priority channel Indigo 7. I'm receiving your transmission. It's good to see you, but I'm afraid I don't have pleasant
Graphics
news.
is red.
The war is not going well for Republic forces. We've sustained heavy losses on multiple fronts. The Empire is too well equipped. And unless we take immediate action, they could gain a decisive advantage that will overwhelm us.
From what I've seen, the Republic is kicking the Empire's backside. What happened?
This war spans dozens of systems. For every one where the Republic emerges victorious, there are 3 where we don't. But there is hope. The Colicoids are an insectoid species who've remained neutral in the war. They're weapon merchants, selling to both sides. They've developed devastating new weapon designs. The Republic must secure the Colicoids' technology to survive the Empire's onslaught.
I fought some of these beasts on Balmora. They didn't know the business end of a Hydra spanner, much less how to design advanced weapons.
The Colicoids on Balmora are genetically engineered drones. True Colicoids are highly intelligent beings, and far more dangerous. The Colicoids have issued a challenge to both Republic and Empire. We are invited to a contest of military might. The winner receives an exclusive contract to purchase the Colicoids' weapons. The loser gets nothing. The Empire has already accepted and sent forces.
What exactly is this contest? How do we win? Best 2 out of 3?
There are no rules. It is simply war on a battlefield created for commerce. A small strike team must enter a remote asteroid base on the Outer Rim. The Colicoids will test our battleworthiness there. I find the entire scenario barbaric and wasteful. But we cannot allow the Empire to acquire the Colicoid weapons unopposed.
Never let your competitors steal a deal. Besides, I assume the players in this little chess match get paid, right?
In addition to whatever Colicoid technology you obtain during the competition, you'll be amply rewarded by the Republic. Be aware, the Colicoids will participate in their own contest. Killing you elevates their individual clans. They won't exercise restraint. Your shuttle is waiting nearby. Hurry. May the Force be with you.
Essentially, all the dungeons are the same on the 2 sides. The only real difference is your excuse for going. I've seen most of these dungeons primarily on the Imperial side, so it's kind of neat seeing the excuse for why we're here on the Republic side. So this is Colicoid War Games. I'm already going to give this a negative to story, because the excuse plot here is worse than most of these are. And they're not exactly good in general. Hello, Colicoid. How are you? Hello, CJ. I'm glad you said that, because I have no idea how to pronounce that screen name. Saichkugub? Bad writing, Notario. So, welcome to the Colicoid War Games. Real quick, for those of you who do not know this dungeon, anybody who knows this dungeon, you're disallowed, but for those who do not know this dungeon, do you think we'll get past the first wave? Yes or no? I'll take this one, I guess.
Greetings, Organics. I am Annihilator 6KA2. Your application for this competition is accepted. Please prepare for battle.
Now this is dungeon design. Now, turret sections have a bad rep in general, and for good reason, I feel like adding. But, the other problem here is this isn't actually really a turret section in terms of design. It sure feels like a turret section, but what this actually is tower defense. the style and approach of what enemies spawn in what waves, at what times, their slow approach vector, the directions in which they approach, all that stuff. This is tower defense. And it sucks. This is bad tower. This is like, you remember those Flash tower defense games that had like 10 levels but could repeat infinitely and were crap and not what? So, I tend to be anti-tower defense games in general, but it's not actually because I don't like tower defense games. Quite the contrary. I actually really like a good tower defense game. The problem is, like with most genres, there's a really big gap between a well-designed tower defense and a terrible tower defense. A really well-designed tower defense thinks about things like relative reward rate, really thinks about the exact cost of upgrades and new towers and replacements, which kind of tools and kits you have from the towers, whether or not you can branch out your tower design from something other than just killing, to do like unique effects or whatever. Enemy design, boss encounter design. There's some really good tower defense games out there. This is not one of them. And yeah, I agree. Puzzle games tend to be in the same category. Honestly, Assassin's Creed had better tower defense than this. And I don't think that fondly of those tower defense games. That was in Revelations, I believe. We're actually doing better than I thought we would already, which is kind of sad. Hang on, let's get some real music going here. There we go. Much better. Yeah, I agree, Alex. Like, I'm not sure if I would give a plus to the tower defenses in Revelations, but I probably would not give a negative. Yeah, I remember that too, Tyron. Wow. We actually survived the first wave. I am honestly a little surprised by that. Not that I have anything against you guys or how awesome you are. It's just this is so badly designed from the ground up. Well, it's okay. Surely we're not going to just do that again, right? You know what? Actually, hang on. Where is Steiner's theme? Where's Steiner's theme? Because I got that. That's a great suggestion. Let me find it. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to... Oh, God. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta not contribute for a second. While I... Look. Hey, look. It's the same thing with no real variation. Of course I did, Latario, but I haven't answered it yet because I've been a little distracted. I don't know if you know this, Latario, but the whole point of the question queue is not to answer it immediately. It's so that the question is sitting there, so that when I have a downtime period, I can answer questions. It's a way to kind of smooth out the whole QA process, rather than, have people ask questions, and then have them ignored because I'm busy, either because I'm in a cutscene or I'm talking about something else. Nope, wrong song. You know what? I'll take it. Yes, there's actually both, Alex. And again, remember, turret minigames already have not only a bad rap, for a reason, but also are hard to pull off properly, because it's really easy for a turret minigame to just be really boring. Oh, I know, right, Giga? I remember the first time I did this, I kept getting dismounted because I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. For those of you at home not understanding what's happening here, here's my left hand. Which is significant because the only thing you're allowed to press is right-click. You actually can't shoot. All you can do is aim. It auto-shoots. So that's even less involved than it already would be. This is so stupid. Alright, so hang on, let me... Yeah, it's just here. I'll really demonstrate. Let me line up, hands off the controller, and watch this. Okay, hang on. And then one of them's gonna enter my field of fire, and so it starts shooting as soon as they're in front of me. Colicoid War Games, ladies and gentlemen, the worst dungeon in the game. God, where do I even begin with this crap? So, I'm going to repeat this story, and then I'm going to start hitting the QAQ. Before we started the tour run, I was talking with my friend Pax, and I was trying to establish what the floor was for dungeon design. Because we need to decide what 3 negatives to dungeon design would be, right? And honestly, we were having trouble coming up with one, because most dungeons in that still exist in MMOs aren't actually that bad. You know, all the WoW vanilla dungeons, they're gone. And the WoW BC dungeons aren't that bad. Even the FF14 ARR dungeons are not that bad. And the Guild Wars 2 dungeons, well, we hadn't done those at that point in time. And I don't want to get into that. So, what exactly is a 3 negative dungeon? And as we were talking about it, I remembered this goddamn place. And he hadn't actually done it. And he explained it to me, and so I started talking about it to him, and he's like, oh, that sounds terrible! And that's because it is. So we're going to wait for Orcano to get back. Ugh! Yeah, no, I saw it. So, question queue. The next question in the queue is Latario's. How have the Assassins and Templars operated for more than 2,000 years, interacted with every historical figure under the sun, and no one knows of their existence? Bad writing. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to meme, but that is the answer. Assassin's Creed assumes a level of information control, which is honestly kind of bonkers. Like, the level of information control that the Templars have in the Assassin's Creed universe is so extreme that I don't think we have a real-life equivalent of it. There's always someone who gets away, right? There's always someone who will talk. There's always some other witness who will tell their story, even if it's only years down the line, right? Never mind documents, never mind pictures, never mind everything else they can do it. No. They just somehow magically control it. Yeah, it's basically a global Jedi mind trick. Like, I could buy the Templars and the Assassins being unknown to the general public. Like, you know, most people not being super... that was strange. Super familiar with what's going on. But there's gonna be people who know. There's no way they don't. Oh, Arcana's back. Yay! And yeah, this goes all the way back to AC1, too. It's one of the reasons why I've said for years that the Assassin's Creed series is actually a fantasy series that portrays itself from the modern lens. Now, that's not a complaint, I should probably mention. It's just, that's how that series totally freaking is. All right, I'm not a DPS. I'm not a DPS. Right. Here, let's... heals going here. I'll heal you, combat droid. Oh wow, I actually can't heal the combat. Holy crap! Live, combat droid, live! Let me heal this droid with my stim packs. I agree, Latario. It's one of the things that the Assassin's Creed series has always struggled with, because they like to have different tones than their own history posits. Like, by the time of the modern era, the idea they want is that the Assassins have completely lost, and there's no hope for them, the end. But then they kind of do this thing where, like, the Assassins have frequently and repeatedly been beating the Templars across the board. But then they have this thing where, like, even despite the fact that the Assassins keep winning, the Templars are still on top, and it's just... multiple riders, you know? What can you do? Go, combat droid! I love the Assassin's Creed series, but they have some connectivity issues. Probably not helped by the fact that they had a solid plan in mind, and then threw it out the window for reasons I've never actually figured out. Yeah, like, I know this probably sounds like a minor thing to point out to, but if you have the ability to erase someone from history, from all history books and all reference of them everywhere, you have a level of control and power that is hard to properly understand in modern day life. That thing hits like a truck! Oh my god! Start pouring heals here, just pouring heals. Jesus, these hurt. No, the Templars, I think, had the Anoraks. Which would make a lot of sense, actually, if you think about it. Dry on mana. Spell break. Regen break. Good for a second. Okay, that hurt. Alright, so why can't ships attack in hyperspace? Relative distance is really the answer. Hyperspace is a different dimension. Physics literally don't work the same in there. I'm not sure if you could even ram something that is also in hyperspace. Like, I'm not sure that's even possible. In fact, if I was the GM, I would say it isn't. Well, we're doing Colicoid, Caspian. The best dungeon in the game. Come on, droid, get up there. There you go. Good droid. Good droid. I just want to say another thank you. I know I thank you guys a lot, but thank you again for the fact that we're doing Colicoid. Oh my god. Really, Caspian? Well, I am all ears. Please elaborate. At the moment, I'm only giving it 3 negatives, so I am curious what you got here. Help me out here. No, we do not act. And I'm just gonna say that flat. Physics be different, yo. And I am mana dry. Wow, those things hit like a truck! Jesus, stop aggroing me! God damn! He is still aggroing me. He's still aggroing me. Like, I ran dry on mana trying to keep myself up through that thing. Good God. Holy crap. Sure, I probably have an aggro dropping ability. Let's see if I can find it. Is that it? Nope, that's a stealth thing. Nope, that's not it. That's not it either. Let me put Asuna on my bar, everyone. Actually, I want that down here. That's the combat res. See you around, J. Palmer. I do not appear to have a de-aggro. Other than stealth? Oh, yeah. This part. Just prime optional for both, Mr. Red. Oh, well, okay. That's our de-aggro then. Okay, yeah, well. You like puzzles, right? Well, that's tough, because this isn't a puzzle. Okay, let's just pull this guy over here. Come on over, buddy. That looked really funny. Hey, Doralis, give me one moment. That... no, okay, I can see that, Tyrant. I can see that. Not what I would think of as a de-aggro, but that's valid. Yeah, it's actually funny because in WoW, you have something similar for rogues, even. But it doesn't actually dump your aggro because you're still in combat, you're just stealthed. Basically, think of it like adding a blanket to your combat, or to your aggro for a bit, right? So as long as that blanket's on there, the enemy can't see or interact with you. But the moment it goes away, you know, your aggro has not changed. Jesus. What? That... Why did it go back up? Oh, God. And there's something aggro to us. By the way, they actually changed it to that. It used to be the same method that you're describing, Tyron. I mean, hell, back in the day, one of the most common methods of getting rid of aggro was to deliberately die. And that would reset your aggro, and then you'd get a res and keep going. You're probably thinking, why? Well, back in the day, WoW Vanilla and WoW BC didn't really have good threat generation tech. That's how I'm going to describe that. So a tank basically could not out-threat a DPS, any DPS, going full tilt. It was terrible. I agree. It sucked to be a tank. There's a reason why the, okay. There's a reason why the meme of wait for 5 Sunders existed. It's because you would wait for the warrior to get all of their debuffs up and spend like 20 seconds generating aggro before anybody else DPS'd. Because otherwise the DPS would immediately pull aggro. Alright, so hang on. I guess clearing is a better move. Wait, hang on. So yeah, go ahead and channel this. And I'll go ahead and grab this one. And this one gets rid of those ones. Reminder, you don't have a healer right now. Okay, I'm gonna trap you in there. No, it's okay, it's okay. I have an idea. Move a little bit more this way and I can heal you. Just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so. Oh, that's funny that you can hit them there. Okay, so that gets rid of those ones. Pull it back, Giga. Pull it back, pull it back. To the others. Giga, no! Giga! Alas, poor Giga. Okay, that was hysterical. I don't know, Jaron Dauphine. I mean, it's easier to do. As I've said many, many times, one of the reasons I tend to be so... Yes, Mr. Redding. So harsh on what I consider to be bad game design is in almost every case, it's specifically lazy game design. Good game design takes time, and it takes effort. You don't just stumble into good game design, right? It is much easier to just make a game that's not that good. Okay, so... oh, wait, hang on. I guess this... Is this mine, or is this hers? That's mine. Okay, go! Get the final thing. Whoever that is. I think that's Shadow Machine. Hey, Morganite. Okay, credit where credit is due. That was neater than I thought it would be. Really? Game? You couldn't just put... Okay. You could have put, like, a ramp... Or, alright, whatever. Gotta be an elevator. Gotta get that elevator in. Do you think we can knock these off the ledge? That'd be funny. Oh yeah, I do have a knockback, don't I? I have it on my bar. No, I don't anymore, that's right. Ow. Also true, Mr. Red. I mean, there's one of the reasons why first games tend to rank badly. It's because they're first games. It's because they're more interested in figuring out how things work than making them actually good. There are exceptions, of course, but, you know, that's my aggro. Wait, no, that's not my aggro. That's the cleanse. Listen, does a good game make money? I don't think so. Anyways, questions. Alright, so hang on. If Palpatine and Vader were transplanted into the Old Republic, what do you think they would do? Take over. Just straight up. Oh, this looks fun. Okay, whatever. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure Palpatine would very quickly hone in on how much of a threat Vitier is. Fishy boy. And I'm pretty sure that would become a high priority target for him as a consequence. Why are they evading? Why are they... Oh my god. Okay. So, they can't move because they're bugged. And if a mob can't reach its target for X amount of time, they evade out. That's why I'm now standing in melee range. Okay, so this one... I'll do it, I'll do this one. Nope, this is going to be over there. Probably for that one. Yeah, exactly, Act. It's, taking over the Sith Empire would be easy. It's built for it. Let's see. Seeing as Vader was ranked Supreme Commander of the Imperial Fleet, what rank do the Sith in Tor's era have in the military? Yes. I actually talked about this already. It's kind of funny in its own right. Because the Sith Empire is effectively a theocracy, or a forceocracy. What that means is, in general, a Sith of any kind of rank, even just a Lord, has the right to order pretty much anyone else around. Now, they do have some specific ranks like Admiral or General or Commander of this particular fleet or Leader of this Moff, but in almost all cases, if a specific Sith Lord decides to walk up to a Moff and say, do this, it's the Moff's job to do that. The only exceptions tend to be when those Moffs are either very well positioned or have the backing of another Lord. Or Darth. Now, there are some... there's some nuance and malleability to that. Probably on purpose. I agree with that, Jerome. Darths outrank Lords, yes.
Another impressive display, Organics. I am carefully observing your tactics. This learning experience is most appreciated.
Yeah, the Ministers... We don't see much of the Ministers, really, in Vanilla. Like, they mention them a few times, and we interact with a couple of them. think. More good gear. Why do I keep getting good gear in this place? This is weird. How would characters from Lord of the Rings react to WoW? Is it time for our universal good versus evil choice? Oh, that would explain it. And I'm like level 70, so yeah, that makes sense. Oh, absolutely, Lothario. By design, no less. Uh-oh, we made it to the final round. Alright, here it goes. Light side versus dark side. Let's sabotage the other team. Why are these choices? These are dumb choices. Like, all three of these dungeons have had really dumb choices. I don't know, Ross. Who you backing? Yeah, I don't know if that qualifies as... Oh, I don't like the looks of this. Whatever. Let's just do it. Of course. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Oh my god, that hurts. Wow. Wow. Just right on my face. Wow. Oh, screw the Raiders. Does anybody actually support the Raiders anymore? Like, they're literally the heels of the NFL. Okay. Do you have a picture, Pancakes? Because I don't remember what he looks like. Alright, boss time. Let me get some generic boss music going here. It's the most generic boss music I can find. There we go. Let's do it! Someone other than me. So I don't get my face off. I want to take my face off. Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. Just link it in chat. It's fine, Pancakes. Giga Pudding's like, oh god! Oh god! That was easy.
My observations of you are complete, Organics. I have developed a winning strategy. Please stand by for termination. Termination to begin.
I am ready for termination. Oh, just right into it then. Okay, that's cool. What is this, Guild Wars 2 bosses?
Target analysis complete. Upgrading tactics.
Those of you who've never played Guild Wars 2 dungeons, first of all, don't. They suck. Second of all, they're dungeons designed like regular dungeons, but they also don't...
You are distinguished competitors. I regret that I must terminate you, but I was not programmed for mercy.
They're not really... Like, they're not... There's no real healers and there's no real tanks. Even though they're fights designed for both healers and tanks. Oh my god. Oh my god! Ugh! I couldn't heal through that.
Foolish, but impressive.
Where is it? Oh, god damn it. Where'd I put that damn button? There it is. I found it. Wait till you're out of the fire. And then wait till I'm out of the fire.
You are distinguished competitors. I regret that I must terminate you.
Please stop burning. Okay, there we go.
For mercy.
A little bit so I can get some friggin' heals going.
Your is foolish, but impressive.
Fire bad. Fire bad. Hi, Dakota. Fire bad.
You are distinguished competitors. I regret that I must terminate you, but I was not programmed for mercy.
Yep, I regret being terminated too. Jesus Christ. God damn this fight.
Your tenacity is foolish, but impressive.
Anyways, we done? We did it! We did it! We're done! This is the Dissidia version, specifically, of the FF6 boss song. Oh, that poor dog! I'm so sorry, buddy. You died as you lived. Nameless and pointless. Let's get out of here. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so that was Colicoid War Dungeons. Or War Games. God damn. I can't even. Alright. It wasn't actually as bad as I remembered. I guarantee you they've tuned that down. I remember how that was at launch, and I remember how that was the last time we tried to do it. So that's been adjusted. Thank God for that. Plus 15 to every... No. Think about this for a moment. Yeah, the last time we tried it, it was so overtuned it was ridiculous. Like, actually ridiculous. I noticed within about 30 seconds that they tuned it down, because we were doing fine, and it was like, wonder when they came back and fixed this. It's still not a good dungeon, but it's certainly not as bad as it was going to be. That's nice. Where's dungeons? There we go.
The competition is over, Master Satil. We won.
Your safe return is cause enough for celebration, but preventing the Empire from gaining new weapons is a significant victory. The Colicoids have already begun shipping technology to our forces. You've bought us some much-needed breathing room.
Just put it in dungeons in both cases, Mr. Red.
Anytime, Master Satil. You can always count on me and my allies.
You've proven that on more occasions than I can count. This unfortunate business is behind us, but the war goes on. As do your personal missions. Do what you can to hold the line out there. Give our people time to regroup. May the Force be with us.
I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I think so far Mandalorian is worse than Colicoid. Because the proper tuning smoothed that out a lot more. And the puzzle section was actually not that bad. If this was the old Colicoid, it'd probably be closer to 6 negatives just by itself.
This is Carrick Station, responding to Emergency Command Protocol Core Star.
Good. Listen carefully. 19 hours ago, we lost contact with the Jedi Enclave on Renal. The Republic Patrol frigate Torin Vok went to investigate. The vessel's crew reported the Enclave had been slaughtered. No survivors. As we were speaking, the Toron Vault came under heavy fire. Its captain only had enough time to transmit images of a Sith warship before he and his vessel were destroyed.
I'll kill the whole Empire myself if I have to.
This was not an attack by the Empire. At least, not the Empire we've been facing. 3 hours ago, we intercepted a coded transmission from Darth Malgus to the Sith Dark Council. Stand by.
The destruction of Lord Senu's fortress was but a prelude. Our enemy intends to purge the Empire of any Sith who lacks pure blood. Darth Ikaral will continue to attack most of our positions and the Republic until he is stopped.
What do we know about this renegade Sith?
He was a famous leader who left the Empire seeking remnants of a pure-blooded Sith over 70 years ago. It seems he found them. We cannot wait for the Empire to clean up this mess. Darth Icaral's warship was just detected near Chandrila, a major agricultural world. If that insane Sith destroys our food production centers, billions will starve.
If that happened, I could earn a fortune hauling grain around the galaxy. But I won't.
I'm glad that your first instincts were humanitarian. The data logs on Darth Icaral's warship contain decades of valuable strategic data we desperately need, and you've proven capable of capturing any vessel. Our fleet is on its way to Chandrila. Rendezvous in the attack shuttle I've commissioned at Carrick Station. Defeat Darth Ikaral. Take his ship.
Sounds like you're taking this personally. I thought Jedi weren't supposed to do that.
I simply want justice. You can provide that. Hurry to your shuttle. May the Force be with you.
I think Voldemort would make a stupid Sith, and if we assume that he is as powerful in the Force as he is in magic, Voldemort would be a very powerful stupid Sith. No, we're not doing Master Mode. No. No. But yeah, any smart Sith would absolutely stomp and outmaneuver Voldemort just too easily. All right. So this is Red Reaper. And so we have got Red Reaper, Quat Drive Yards, and Directive 7. And that's going to be it for the dungeons. We got 3 left. 3 left. Yeah, Umbridge, that's a good point. Umbridge would be absolutely terrifying. Because if we're going to do a master mode, then I need to be on someone who actually has gear, which is not the character I'm currently playing. There are several very stupid, very powerful stupid Sith. I don't know why I said stupid twice. There are several very powerful stupid Sith in Star Wars, yes. That is a thing. Die, monsters. Oh, shoot, we're already taking damage. Live, Shadow Machine. Darth Sidiot, exactly. Now, where's Orpano? Where's Orpano? Oh, there you are. Out of range, no! Yeah! Live. Yeah, we actually... So, our Sith Warrior playthrough, we will be playing a very powerful Sith Idiot. I'm just going to tell you that right up front, because that's what we've already kind of decided to do. Now, that's not our canon Sith Warrior, obviously. That will be the one we'll be playing in the expansions. But for the purposes of the review, we'll be showing off the other side a little bit. And yeah, we will be a wrecking ball. What alignment on the Inquisitor? I haven't decided yet. Probably going to play it up by ear. We'll see how that goes. Oh, I love playing Light Side Sith Warrior. That is my main, is Light Side Sith Warrior. Juggernaut, specifically. Good afternoon, Paranoid. We might end up being a Grey Inquisitor. I don't know. It wouldn't be the first time I've done that. mean, I admit I'm probably more biased towards light side Sith Warrior than I should be, because it was one of the extremely rare times in video game history where I wanted to play my character in a certain way, and the game let me. That is not common. Normally, I have to do that stuff entirely within the range of headcanon, you know? Actually acknowledging that stuff on camera, that just got a little squee out of me, you know? However, in my defense, I'm not just biased. Sith Warrior is actually very well written, so yay. Hello, Lord Kurus. Karus? I know, right, Tyrant? Probably about 2.5 to 3 weeks, Act. We've got to finish the Republic side before we even start on the Sith side. And then we have to do Inquisitor and Bounty Hunter before we get to Sith Warrior, excuse me, Jedi Warrior. Wow. That being said, once we finish Inquisitor, it'll be downhill. Once we finish Inquisitor, we'll be done with the planetary primaries, we'll be done with the bonus series, we'll be done with the dungeons. All that'll be left is class quests, so Bounty Hunter will go very quickly, relatively speaking, and then we'll hit Sith Warrior. But, so far, my rough estimate of each side taking roughly a week is about accurate. So we will very likely finish the Republic this week, and we'll very likely finish the Sith Empire next week. Excuse me, a week and a half from now. Sorry, a week and a half from now. Because we still have to go through the class stories of Jedi Knight and Consular. But again, those will be much faster. What are you doing, buddy? Other than being a dummy. Yeah, Bounty Hunter on Quest is literally, and we're done. As of right now, we're actually still only on our second class because of the planetary primaries. I know I've said this a few thousand times, but the planetary primaries really slow everything down. We'll probably do the Tython stuff on Jedi Knight. Because why not at that point? We just got an achievement. Kill that person. Go ahead and put that under bugs, Mr. Red, because it is a bugged situation, so I'll accept that one there. Oh, wow, Shadow Machine. That's an interesting side effect. Meanwhile, Giga's like, I'm just going to take all the damage. Is that okay? Can I just take all the damage? Yes, we have to do all the planetary primaries and bonus series on the Sith Empire. Don't worry. In general, it is better written. But it will take a nice big chunk of time. And like I said, that's honestly going to be a lot of next week. I'm really happy, legitimately, with the progress we've been making so far. This has actually been going faster than I thought it would, which is great. Like everyone keeps saying, you're going to be taking Tor into the next year, and I'm like, no, we're making good pace. We're doing good. But yes, to make this very clear for those of you not aware of the thing, so we're doing Smuggler. We have 2 dungeons to do after this one, which we can do at relatively any point in time. Then we have to finish doing I will be doing the Belsavis bonus series off camera. That'll probably be my lunch break today. And then we'll be doing Voss. That'll probably be today, second shift. And then we'll go ahead and move on to the Corellia stuff. And then we'll be done with the Republic, and we'll be done with Smuggler, which is a colossal amount of content done. So, we will finish the Republic this week, guaranteed. Also, so D&D was canceled tonight, so I plan to stream a little bit extra today. Maybe. I'm feeling okay, you know. Still fighting off a bit of a headache, but I'm feeling better than I have for a while now. You guys voted for me to do that, MPPY. Jesus, you hit for 51K, Giga? We need to have a chat. I need to get you on my crew. Holy crap. So, Giga, I offer... Oh, Wendy's sounds good. I'm going to offer you... We've got really, really good cookies. So, have you ever had cake batter cookies? Because cake batter cookies are really good. Like, they have kind of a little bit of a buttery, salty flavor, but they're really sweet on top of that. And, I don't know, they have this... They're soft. They're nice, soft cookies, so you don't hurt your teeth on them. And you can add stuff on top of it, like you get a little bit of cherry flavoring, or just put cherries on it. Or you can add whipped cream is something you can add to that. You can add sprinkles just for a little bit of texture. There's all sorts of stuff you can do with them. They're really good. And if you join my crew, I'll bake some for you. Nah, trust me, what I'm describing is so much better than cake. Okay, Giga. I appreciate you. Come to the lore side. Like, look, vote for me and I will bake you and cook you the best frickin' food. I'm not saying it'll be the best food ever. You'll probably have had better food from other people. But I'm a damn good cook. I have no shame in my pride over that. You will enjoy my cooking, I guarantee it. And of course, I'll be in charge of the world, so I can just make a dish and then replicate it exactly so I can share it with lots of people. Oops. When will I have time to cook? Well, it's okay, because I'll have also mastered time travel. So what I'll do is I'll do time layering, which is something I've talked about before. So, like, it's Thursday, right? So, on Thursday, I will be like, all right, cook. And then I'll rewind to the beginning of Thursday. And once I'm at the beginning of Thursday... Whoops, almost made that. There we go. Once I'm at the beginning of Thursday... Oh, bull crap! Frickin' droid. All the food that I've carried back with me, I can share with all the people, now that I've already spent Thursday cooking. Make sense? You just need to vote for me having unlimited power. That's really all it is, right? It's just, it's absolute power. You know? Just all the power. I remember this fight badly for some reason, and I don't remember why. Whatever, let's do it. So that's a Sith power source. Oh, they're both Sith power sources. Okay. So now it's red. So do we do the same or different? Okay. Interesting. Absolutely, Evo. Reset. Now it's blue. Lore power! It's just me shaking my fist. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore this gimmick because I have no idea what it's doing. So it's not even doing that much damage. What are you doing, droid? Anyways, questions. So, which, is it true that Lucas intended for Palpatine's story in Plagueis' powers to save people from death to have been a lie to meant to sway Anakin to the dark side? Okay, so here's the quick and easy answer. We don't know. Lucas has a really strong tendency to lie a lot about his behind-the-scenes intentions. Like, he's done interviews for decades, and he has a long-standing tendency to either have a bad memory or be, you know, straight-up lying. Which one it is, you be the judge. Wow, these random trash mobs are hitting harder than that boss did. So, shrug on that front?
I will speak only once. You are bold to venture aboard this ship, and you are a fool to seek confrontation. The age of the Republic and the Jedi is over.
Cool. I'm cool with that. Can we just vote for that? Well, again, I say lied. Let me be very clear. He speaks things that are not true, which I know sounds like the same thing as a lie, but again, it's possible that there's no deliberate intent to lie. It is possible he's literally just misremembering, or, you know, it's delusional, or something else, right? Like, there's a lot of possibilities there other than just, oh yeah, no, I'm totally the amazing. No. Gene Roddenberry? That's a liar. Okay. I accept this. Okay. Yeah, Gene Roddenberry, let me use a little bit of a difference here. George Lucas will say something like, oh yeah, the original trilogy was planned all along, even though we know that's not true. But George Lucas will also go very far out of his way to make sure that the people who has helped him to make Star Wars get their credit. That's always been true. In total contrast to this, Gene Roddenberry spent decades trying to diminish the impact that the people who made Star Trek had in making Star Trek, and insisting that he was the one who made Star Trek all along. That is the difference between someone who is telling something that's not true and someone who is lying. At least it's a difference. Everybody makes mistakes. But there's a difference between making a mistake and being malicious. Anyways, hi, Walker. Good morning. Or afternoon, I guess, at this point. Let me hit one a little bit while I look at my question queue. So, Alex, speaking of which, asks, which fandom gets lost in the nitty-gritty more, Star Trek or Star Wars? Star Trek. In my experience, while Star Wars fans will argue about everything under the sun, and we still haven't discussed the sequel trilogy and never will, the fact of the matter is that Star Trek fans get really lost in the weeds. I should know. I'm one of them. Oh, gotta have our mandatory dark side choice. Oh my god, you're the first person to notice, Walker. Congratulations. Yes, this is a new chair. I got it yesterday. Put it together yesterday. That was my lunch break. So, Sith purebloods that he's collected over the years. The console can issue commands to wake the violent Sith from hibernation, or terminate life support. Terminate life support. It does not have googly eyes. It is white, which I thought would be a better contrast. It's also cloth instead of plastic, so it was a little pricey, I'm not gonna lie. But it's okay, because this was actually a gift. The previous one was breaking, so the previous one had plastic, which, oh wow. Among other problems, the seat was starting to crinkle and crack, and that's not the most pleasant thing to sit on. But yes, this is a very expensive anniversary gift, which I haven't talked about the show's anniversary yet because the schedule didn't line up properly to really do what I wanted to do for the anniversary, but for those of you not aware, we've hit our 11-year anniversary on the show. We hit it back in August 29th. So this was my anniversary gift. But yes, it's cloth, which is, first of all, way more comfortable, and second of all, likely to last longer. It's also breathier, so I don't have as much heat problems as I did sitting on plastic. I'm still getting used to some of it. In fact, I literally have to buy, you know those, what do you call them, the risers you put under furniture? I have bought risers, which will be showing up tomorrow, in order to raise my desk about 4 inches, because this is just a little bit taller, and I kind of can't comfortably reach my desk with this. Point being, I've actually been thinking about getting a new desk for a while, but the problem is there's not a lot of reason to do so right now. Especially not while I'm stuck in the apartment. What playlist are we on? Oh, that's right. This is the playlist we're on. That makes sense. Yeah, I know, right? We've got these giant holocrons. Behold, Ushkambodava, Kushkava. Yeah. So, hang on. Questions. Will the different governments like the Federation, Romulan, Star Empire, Klingon Empire, etc. all have the same internet or different ones? Honestly, that's a discussion we're going to have when it comes to the rewrite. My knee-jerk answer to that is the same internet. I think based on the nature of that character evading out in the middle of a fight, it would make sense for there to be an internet that is just across space, probably subspace specifically. And you can't really limit subspace. It doesn't work that way. So, I like the idea that there's just the internet, which is across subspace. And then we probably have local networks, but that's different. That's not the internet at that point. That looked interesting. Wow, okay, that worked out. And they're gone! Just put that under bosses, Mr. Red. I don't know, Orcano, but that was glorious. That really was. Well, you see, Crazy Norse, there's this common trend in fiction, both in fantasy and sci-fi, that older things are more powerful. So this is an older ship. Therefore, yeah, on my screen you were bugged out too. I actually thought you fell, which you probably did fall. Whatever. Anyways, it's time to kill Darth Icaral. Bob. Alright, Bob. He likes you. I mean, hell, even in Lotro, the Lord of the Rings Online, the older your equipment is, the better it is. Like, third-era weapons are nothing compared to second-era weapons, which are completely pathetic compared to first-era weapons. And you can only get first-era weapons from raids anyways. Oh, hang on, this is a boss fight, isn't it? Sorry. I've got all this peaceful music playing. Boss time! You tried to tickle me? Is that what this is? Whoa! Okay, he was tickling me! It does make sense for the setting, but that's sort of my point. I honestly think the reason that so much of fiction does the older stuff better than newer stuff thing is specifically because Tolkien did it. Because let's be blunt, we have done a huge amount of writing, a huge amount of writers knowingly or unwillingly ape Tolkien's ideas and concepts. And of course, he isn't even the originator of most of that stuff. But you get my point, right? We're all built on old stuff, yada yada yada. Yeah, 40K does that. Battletech does that. Pretty much every Final Fantasy does that. Star Trek does that. Mass Effect arguably does that. It's debatable. Mass Effect probably intended to do that and then just kind of didn't quite. Ah, I get it. The lightning interrupts the shield. That makes sense. That's almost a mechanic. Where's the other one? Oh, there you are. Way over here. Harry Potter kind of does that, yeah. Just the Reapers, Paranoid Android. Also, arguably, the, whatchafigs, I can't think of the name of. The, Protheans. So much better than everything else, and blah, blah, blah. And done. That was relatively painless. That might actually be the least painful dungeon we've done so far.
This is Master Satil Shan receiving your signal. Well done. Rendezvous at Carrick Station for debriefing.
Yeah, you enjoy that throne there. I'm getting out of here. Painless is not a positive, but it might be an absence of a negative. In fact, I think... yeah, I think we're going to call that dungeon a wash. Now, that sounds insulting, but again, that's better than every other dungeon so far. Hang on, so Kadamimu, Red Reaper. Where's KDY? I actually don't remember where KDY is. Quad Drive Yards. Yeah, we're just done. It's just over. We're done. We're out. Peace. I mean, that sounds like a joke played to all, but if you remember, we had the same thing in FF14. As dungeons slowly dragged their way up to being a wash, and then started actually getting to be the point of positives. Seriously, does anyone remember where KDY is? Get some freaking food, Mr. Red. Starfighter launch deck, thank you. Just eat, Mr. Red. The only one allowed to starve themselves here is me. There it is, KDY. Just start Flashpoint, that's it? Wow, we're just doing a dungeon. Okay. Why are we doing this dungeon? Does anybody know the story of the dungeon we're about to do?
Don't be alarmed.
Oh, sorry.
I'm with the Republic Strategic Information Service, deeply embedded. I took a gamble you'd be curious enough about the malfunction I devised to stop a moment. A serious problem's brewing. One of the Empire's most feared admirals is about to launch an attack on Kuat drive yards. Kuat provides the bulk of the Republic's warship production. If the Empire takes control, we're in bad shape.
The Empire isn't exactly good for business. Tell me what I can do to help.
Had a feeling I wouldn't have to work hard to persuade a smart entrepreneur. There's no official call to arms, but if you were to simply show up, I'm sure Fleet Admiral Aggro will be relieved to see you.
You don't think the Admiral will ask questions?
Not by then he won't. He'll have his hands full. Just be sure to get the proper clearance codes for safe travel to the Kuwati fleet. This channel won't be secure much longer. I should go. Best of luck keeping Kuwat drive yards in Republic hands.
Bye. Sure. Well. Hang on, I got a factory playlist. Is everyone here? Yes, okay.
Scramble all ships defending platforms 50 through 75. The imps won't stand a chance. There you are. I was told of your arrival. Fleet Admiral Baywan Aggro. You honor me. Most fortunate your timing. But before we get into that, I take it you're aware of the importance of Kuat drive yards?
Is that a Bothan? I don't think I've seen a Bothan in this game before.
Kuat provides the Republic with the bulk of its ships. I'm here to see that arrangement doesn't change.
I knew you were connected, but to have learned of recent events and be here already, I don't impress easy. But well done. As we speak, the imps are mounting an attack on Kuat's main defensive control station. Their starfighters have also targeted related assets in Kuwati space.
Are you asking for help with the space station? Or out there in a ship?
I'll take your assistance however you'd like to provide it. Bottom line, we can't let the Empire take that station. And we won't. I need to get back to it now, but on behalf of the Republic First Fleet, thank you. May the Force be with us.
Narrator. The
Tell
Force
the
was not
Mind
with
Drum
them.
Squad leader to stand by for revised objectives. Those imps won't know what hit them.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. So, Alex asks, will the Star Trek rewrite have loot boxes in the holodeck? Yes. You actually have to pay, and you get a random portion of a random holodeck program. And you can't play through that holodeck program until you have all the pieces necessary to fill it out. Now, of course, most of those pieces are relatively easy to get, but the last one's really, really rare. So you generally need to actually spend a lot of money to get that one last piece to be able to fill out that holodeck program. Also, once you fill out a holodeck program, you actually only get 5 minutes of time in it. So you have to do the whole process again to play it for another 5 minutes. Cashel asks, would you rather use the holodeck to create an ideal room for a PnP game, or use the holodeck to represent what's happening? I'd rather use it to represent what's happening, but, you know, one way or another, there'd be some cosmetics. This is... When did this come out? The cutscene design is noticeably better than vanilla. And it's different in structure than vanilla. Like, we're not following the BioWare standard back and forth. I don't think I've ever done this dungeon.
Do you require medical attention? Be well.
I was gonna say, this is not vanilla. Fine. Whoops, I'm not a DPS. On me. Look, you want to have sex in the holodeck, that's your thing, but honestly, I got stuff to do, you know? Could someone do me a favor and Google this? When did this come out? Because it's relevant for the review.
If the imps get hold of that station's weapons cache, we're done for. There's no time for a reclamation crew, so start smashing.
Interesting. Okay. We lost Orcano. Completely. I like 5 acts and 3 acts, personally. I like the offset. 2.6. That doesn't really answer me, unfortunately. So let me ask the relevant question. What is 2.6 relative to the expansions? Yeah, I'm actually trying to think of a good 4-act story off the top of my head that's good. Because, yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is a good example of a 4-act story that just kind of, after Act 3. Are you... Okay. Why did it kick you? Is there porn in Star Wars? Oh. Who cares? Let's put this under... I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, whatever. We'll figure it out. Your dingers rebelled? Oh my god, Alex, that's terrible! I'll never answer the first part of your question, Evo, because I haven't even seen it yet. You know what? Actually, hang on. We'll get back to it. I'm still going in order. Let's go in order. So, have I ever found a disruptive weapon in this game? No? I'm not even sure what that means exactly, so I'm going to go with no, out of ignorance. Why do the Revenge of the Sith... No, I already answered that one. Why would the... I already answered that one. I already answered that one. What is my general approach to... Evo asks, what is your general approach to prose when writing? I don't think I have an approach to prose in writing. I write what I think works best for the very specific individual thing I'm writing, so I don't really have any kind of standardization on that front. Hemingway. I actually do love the language in Moby Dick, specifically. I always default to that when I think of, you know, proper prose. Because I just really enjoy the way they used the language there. But that kind of thing isn't for everybody, and I do think it's very easy to overuse. So I suppose that's actually my answer in a nutshell. Use properly, don't overuse. That being stated, if I'm going to be flowery with my text, I either make it a shtick for one individual group or people, like in the LTTP theater, for example, or I make it something that everyone speaks because that's just the standard linguistics of that particular time, era, group, or whatever. Yeah, like Urian J is a good example of what I'm talking about. Urian J just talks that way because he's Urian J. That's his shtick. Nothing wrong with that. It's also really easy to overdo prose. So I suppose my other thought on that would be, try to remember that the point of prose is to make the language sound better, not more. That's not to you, Eva, that's just in general. A lot of people seem to think that the point of prose is to spend 5 words in order to say 1 word. And the point of prose is to add depth, nuance, flavor, and subtlety to the language, not just to say more words. Don't pull a Persona 5, for God's sakes. I know that's a bad example, but it's still kind of the same thing, so I'm sticking with it. That's true. For a very long time, writers were literally paid by the line. In fact, that's actually referenced in Deep Space Nine, of all things. I know, random reference, but it's true. They referenced that in DS9. Anyways. There it is. Anyways, so. What would I consider good prose literature? Moby Dick. What's my favorite Flash game? So, obviously, we have the thing that I can't think of the name of. Crush the Castle, that's it. But ignoring Crush the Castle, I would say that one of my favorite Flash games was the one where you would input a series of... So, you're playing this robot, and the gimmick is, it's a puzzle game, and you're going through, and you have to go through, and then rewind, and then the previous you would go through and do the same inputs, while you are doing the same thing. It was like a time loop kind of, or time layering kind of a game. The catch was, previous you wasn't actually in the past, if that makes any sense. Instead, previous you was just doing the same inputs recorded from the last time you played. So, for example, if you go over to the right and jump a bunch, and then go left, when you redo the layer, and you put something under that person, they will jump up on top of it, because it's just recording the inputs, not the actual actions. Understanding that was something that took me a minute, and then I was like, oh, okay. Anyways. I also liked several of the management sim Flash games, of which there were quite a few, and most of them were bad. Actually, yeah, exactly like that act. Whoops. Coming, whoever just got in combat. Coming slowly. Very slowly. Anyways. I already answered that one. Do I think Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima would have fought for Japan in World War II? I don't know. I'm leaning towards no, though. From memory, do I have a favorite competitive fighting game character? Narratively, I'm going to go with Bison. Gameplay-wise, I'm actually going to go with Balrog. Stand on this missile while I blow it up here. It would be easier to pick one from a franchise, though. Like in Mortal Kombat, it would probably be Sub-Zero or Scorpion, for obvious reasons. In Killer Instinct, probably Fulgor or Glacius. Even though I actually mained Orchid, but whatever. Types of guns I like to use: sniper rifles and shotguns. Do I consider that Luke was named Skywalker and given to Uncle Owen to be raised a plot hole, or more because Lucas didn't know what he was doing yet? Those are not mutually exclusive. However, the answer is yes. It is both a plot hole and the fact that they weren't thinking about that yet. Remember, Vader wasn't Luke's dad until, mid-Empire Strikes Back development, and then they were like, idea. Honestly, it was a brilliant idea. It solved a lot of problems they were having with the storytelling in Empire Strikes Back. We need to kill those? We do not. Okay. How would I fix it if I considered a plot hole? Which obviously I do. I mean, the easiest fix would be to have him not be with those people and not be in that name. Yeah, combining Vader and Anakin. So we've talked before about how writing tends to be a puzzle. How do we fix these things? How do we accomplish all these objectives at the same time? And I've talked before about how Lucas is terrible at that. But credit where credit is due. Lucas and his team, so he doesn't get all credit here, when they came up with the idea to combine characters in the original trilogy, I think it actually worked out very well. For example, combining Leia and the Other was actually a very inspired choice, all things considered. Combining Palpatine and the Great Sith Lord was also probably one of the better options there. And of course, the most obvious one, combining Anakin and Vader. Because none of those characters were the same character originally. It wasn't until, again, about mid-Empire Strikes Back when they started restructuring that it was like, there are some holdovers from that cause issues, like the aforementioned one.
Just what we needed. Great work.
But I still think it was overall a net positive change, all three of the changes I just mentioned. But that being said, the easiest fix is to just make it so that, Luke is not staying with his literal biological relatives in a circumstance in which, he's staying there in his own name, on the planet his dad is from. There you go. Fixed. We could still keep him on Tatooine, because unlike some people, I understand that planets are big. So you get my point. Alright, so that was Venture's question. How would characters from Lord... I already answered that. Litario asks... Oh, I actually already answered that one too, sorry. Is the rewrite... In your rewrite, how long should Star Wars Timeline go back? A very good question we haven't answered yet. That is actually one of the things we need to decide. Lore Reloaded thinks we should start at the Clone Wars. That is to say, at the prequel trilogy. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. But I also think that shrinking the Old Republic era is definitely the right move. So, we'll see how that works out. Exactly, Blade Jamal. I know, it's weird, Takoida. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I've said it before and I've said it again. I think you could smash most of the Old Republic stuff from 5,000 years to maybe 100. Maybe, like, a couple hundred. And there you go. Done. Fixed. I'm dead serious, by the way. I think that would explain a lot of things a lot better. I actually agree with what they did with the High Republic in terms of timeline, too. That being said, the idea of turning the Old Republic into, like, a precursor organization kind of appeals to me. It's just that's such a sea change that we'd have to think about that, but I think that's something that should be on the table. I could see 400. 500, I feel, would probably be the ceiling. You'd really have to work hard to convince me to do more than 500. Anyways, we already answered the Voldemort thing. Who's the better Jedi Grandmaster, Satine or Yoda? Satine. Example of a smart Sith, Darth Maul. What alignment am I? I already answered that. What's the light side Sith warrior personality-wise? Well, it depends on your options, but for me, I'm what you call an obfuscator. I tend to portray myself as a big, dumb, stupid, I am the Emperor's Wrath. But actually, I'm really smart and paying attention constantly. Yeah, Majima, basically.
Some of our own have been taken alive, and I'm sure you can guess how imps treat their prisoners. Let's get them to safety.
There have been several Dark Ages in Star Wars history, yes. And usually they last in the centuries or, well, centuries range. Yeah, there's like one cutscene in the game where Pierce is like, oh my god, you're totally not evil. And you effortlessly talk around him. It's really kind of funny. Really. It's the dark times. But anyways, what if Sauron... Oh, hang on, let's rewind here. Paranoid asks, what are planetary primaries? Paranoid Android, if you're still there, have you ever played Final Fantasy XIV? If you have not, oh, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to destroy the entire world. While we wait for an answer there. What if Sauron, after creating the One Ring, found his way into the modern era? Could he take over the nations like he did with Numenor? You know, I'd like to say no, but I've seen a lot about how incredibly stupid people are in the modern era in the country I live in. Like, just... I actually legitimately have a hard time believing how stupid they are. Kind of stupid. So... Anyways. We're gonna stop that conversation there. Would I reverse time and prevent Lucas from selling to Disney if I could? Only if I could buy it from him, or buy it with him instead. I've actually studied a little bit the sale of Star Wars, and that's honestly really scummy what happened. And Lucas was in a very vulnerable point at that point in his life, and was dealing with a lot of crap. And you can look into it if you want to. It's just he was dealing with some crap again, and he didn't just want out. What he wanted was for someone to take the reins, someone he trusted that he thought would be good enough and care enough to really take Star Wars and work with it. And yeah, there was all sorts of other provisos and things. Lucas was still supposed to be involved in the process. I mean, this was his baby. And the problem is Bob Iger did a really good job of lying through his teeth and convincing Lucas that he was that person. Bob Iger was not that person. Now, let me say very clearly that I'm not saying that all the Disney stuff sucks, or that the sequel trilogy or whatever. No. I'm not saying none of that crap. I actually, if you know anything about me, you know there's quite a bit of the AU I actually enjoy. That's not relevant. What's relevant to me is that Bob Iger is a disgusting human being who did some very scummy things to get his hands on Star Wars. And that sucked. What happened there overall is, in my opinion, unacceptable. Now, I've heard a lot of people say that Dave Filoni is the worthy successor that Bob Iger was not. I'm not willing to give my opinion on that, because apparently that's another one of those topics that people don't like to talk about. But I will say that 100% certainty Dave Filoni is better than frickin' Iger was. So, in short, I think Lucas was done dirty. Because he was. And I would love to go back and be like, alright, hang on. Lucas, talk with me on this one. What's funny is, I'm not sure Lucas and I would get along. I'm not sure, because he's the kind of person I've made friends with before, and I tend to get along with everybody. But I'm very much extroverted and outgoing, and Lucas is very much neither of those things. So that might be an interesting situation. That would be interesting, though. Working alongside Lucas. I actually am well aware of Michael Eisner. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. Where are we going? I guess we're still freeing prisoners. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, exactly, Alex. I mean, a lot of my best friends are very introverted, shy people who don't really tend to like to interact with others. I have no problem getting along with those people. Probably because I understand what an introvert is and how to interact with such a person. Probably because I've interacted with those people since I was a freaking kid. Honestly, we probably have more introverts amongst the walkers than we do extroverts, to be blunt. An introvert is someone who tends to prioritize individual interactions and tends to be worn down from mass interactions. But individual social interactions tend to energize them as opposed to mass interactions, which tend to drain them. It's about how someone derives literal as well as social energy from interactions with other people. That's the difference between intro and extrovert, really. Fiction likes to portray introvert as someone who doesn't want to interact with other people, and an extrovert as someone who wants to interact with other people, and that's wrong. Like, how many times have you seen fiction portray an introvert, and they say introvert, as someone who's a loner, who's usually a loser, who's just like, I don't want friends. That just irritates me. Me, I'm an extrovert. I love interacting with lots of people all at the same time. I get energized, but like I said, and I tend to enjoy tons of interaction with as many people pretty much as possible. You know, as I like to say, I'm the guy who will talk to the random people in the grocery store, right? Yeah, exactly, Giga. I'm pretty sure I did, Arcana. I'm pretty sure you're right. It's come up several times, because fiction tends to get this very wrong. But again, and to go into it a little bit, you know, what Giga said in chat and what Jaren Dolphin just said, just because an introvert tends to be drained by interactions, especially with multiple other people, doesn't mean they don't want to, right? Damn it, Giga, I knew it! You were supposed to bring balance to the introverts, not leave them in darkness. Anyway, sorry, getting a little off topic.
With you on that station, we can't lose.
So Baron asks, if I had the cash, how would I design my desk and chair? So the desk would be this big old thing. Curved, right? On both sides. And I'd have monitor that way, big old monitor this way, or actually a projector screen would be my preference. And probably a little bit further about, I'd have a nice big comfy chair, which would have multiple modes to enable my various comfort levels. Like, one of the things I like to do is I like to bring my legs up so I'm effectively sitting cross-legged like this. I know you can't see it. Ugh. I can effectively not do that right now because the chair is too high, so my legs are intercepting the desk, but you get the idea. I mean, yeah, just think the President Shinra workplace, except a little bit more detailed, and you kind of got it. Lots of steel, you know, cold colors, really big on cold stuff. Yeah, meanwhile, Shadow Machine's just leading an army up there. Jesus, dude. It would be very comfy, and I would have all the stuff. And yeah, this is a long dungeon. Which is weird. And I would have a giant sword sticking on my back. Obviously. Let's see. Could humanity defeat post-crisis Superman if he was in the modern world? No. Behold, the dumbest question I've asked in a while. Where would Sheogorath sit on the light side, dark side scale? Well, define the light side and the dark side for me. I will answer you that. Now, office chairs should be comfortable. It's not that hard.
Sith Lord who thinks he's claimed a zone for the imps, but he wasn't expecting you. Go get him!
It's not that hard to do cheap and comfortable, really. There are ways to make something that is cheap that is still comfortable. You don't have to have a $500 chair, which this is, by the way, in order to have something be comfy. Hell, the office chair I used for the longest time, which I basically took from work, was like 40 bucks. It just happened to be good for my back and my setup. God's sakes, people. Ah, yeah, we saw that coming, Alex. Sorry.
Empire will reign forever.
That's new. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, exactly, Hazardous. You understand. So, yeah. So, for those of you who haven't been paying attention, the Queen's health has been going down a lot, and they've actually been open about it. If you don't understand the significance of that, and Valvedrix pointed this out as well. Generally speaking, if a leader is open about the fact that they're having health issues, it means they don't expect them to recover, and they're getting everybody ready for it to hit, right? And yeah, she's not been doing great for a while now, so that's not a surprise, unfortunately. This is a very mobile fight. I kind of like it. She lived a damn long time. She really did. Hell of a life. Think about all the things that she's lived through. Yeah, I have living relatives, oh geez, who were alive during World War II, by which I mean I have exactly 2 of them left. Used to have more. Because if you remember, my great-grandfather on my grandfather's side actually served in World War II. He was an adult at that point. P.T. Boat, Pacific Theater. I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's just being smart, as it is. To be completely blunt, you need to be smart about those kind of announcements. You don't just let it break, right?
Is this your best?
Actually, yes, Latario. I can't believe you remembered that. I guess that was we only talked about that recently, but yeah, he's long-time Navy man. He has medals and decorations. If you looked at his grave, they actually mention his service record on his grave. That's the kind of man he was. I didn't go to his funeral. But yeah. I'm actually a little bit sad that she died. I know that sounds so stupid. Who cares, right? But she was still a person, and death still sucks. She seemed like a decent sort, too. And now if it was Margaret Thatcher, well, thank God. But, I'm sorry, that's a little bit of a joke. A little bit of a joke. You'd be surprised how often I get flamed for that, Star Wars. This guy is an interesting fight. I still think he has too much health, but whew, this is kind of interesting. I most like this dungeon. This might be a positive for a dungeon. I'm in shock. Oh, those damn corgis. I'm just kidding. Honestly, I probably wouldn't celebrate Thatcher dying either. That's why it's partially a joke. But, like, I don't even live in Britain, and I'm familiar with Thatcher's reputation and general popularity. I mean, come on. She... End statement. This music... Hang on, I'm not gonna look it up. This music is from Final Fantasy VIII.
I am raw power.
This is the Lunatic Pandora.
Is this your best?
Yeah, British Reagan. Good way to put that. You know, when I was young, I didn't realize Reagan was Reagan. Because some of my biological family are what we're going to call generational Republicans. You know, don't ever question it, don't ever think about it. Republicans, you know what I'm talking about. There's true for Democrats, too. In fact, that's true for most political factions in any country. But anyways, the reason I'm bringing that up is because, you know, the biological family is like, oh, Reagan was amazing and incredible and awesome because he was a Republican. And I was just like, okay. Then, you know, I get to about high school range and start researching, and I was like, wait a minute, oh my God. This was Reagan? What the crap? Well, I mean, he was an actor. Nah, we kind of drifted a little bit. The Queen... Well, we're not sure when she died, but the Queen is dead, and they announced it, so... Reaganomics. Speaking as an economics geek, Reaganomics was nonsense. Reaganomics was actually harmful to this country in so many ways that we're still suffering from it today. That is not a joke.
I failed you.
On behalf of the Republic First Fleet, you have my thanks.
Good job, everyone. Yeah, how's our rail system? Anyways, moving on. Like, oh my God. Ugh. Anyways. I think I'm gonna give 1+ to that dungeon for being surprisingly decent. I don't think it really stands out in any given way, but the trash design was much better than the previous dungeons. The trash encounters, like the density of them, was much better. The health was much better in terms of design. The bosses actually had mechanics to them. There was some variety to the flow. Like, that was actually a dungeon. I'm happy that we actually got a dungeon. Yeah, it still had issues. It would, yes, Damashi. Even ignoring the other dungeons being bleh, that dungeon would still get a positive. Just one. Where's Directive 7? Does anybody know off the top of their heads? Because that's the last dungeon. And honestly, do you want to just knock it out and be done with it? Well, it's like this, Ross. Would you rather be interested in Queen Elizabeth or whatever the current president is? I don't mean right now, I mean in general. Seriously though, where's Directive 7? I don't actually know where Directive 7 is. GTN area. I don't know what that means. TMA. Too many acronyms. Also, for being honest, Ross, like, once I take over as king of the world, you'll have a new royal to obsess about and try to assassinate, so that'll be cool. I'm just kidding. That's great. Okay, I'll move on here.
Good day, gentle being. My employer has requested a brief conversation with you. Please hold.
Master Jedi, I'm Director Rigel with the Strategic Information Service. I understand you're an expert in stopping enemy infiltrations. We need that expertise. 4 Republic colonies have been wiped out in less than 4 days. Men, women, children, animals. Nothing was left alive.
Was the Empire behind these killings?
No, it wasn't the Empire. I saw the colonies. Afterward, everything looked normal, except for neat little piles of ashes every few meters. Thousands of them.
Super weapons.
All those people were burned to cinders by their own droids. And that was just the beginning. What do you mean, just the beginning? The droids were reprogrammed to hate their masters. This wasn't the first time it's happened either, but it's certainly the worst. We've traced the sabotage to a group of renegade droids called Directive 7. They're planning to wipe out every living thing in the galaxy.
Every living thing, huh? They better get to work soon if they want to finish any time soon.
This is not a laughing matter, Captain. If we don't act soon, it will be too late. The Navy is putting together a strike force as we speak. We need someone on the ground we can absolutely count on to get the job done. We need you.
A threat this big is too much to ignore. Count me in.
The operation will be launching from the fleet. Come to the coordinates the droid gives you, and I'll brief you on the details. And please hurry.
Here is the data you've requested. I hope you've enjoyed your conversation. Good day, gentle being.
Ready. Where is this? Ha. Yes. Yeah, we all roll. If you see on the left, you'll see our nameplates. You'll also notice that over there are, whatchafigs. Thingamabobs.
Please select an available travel route. Have a safe and pleasant stay.
I don't remember. Words. Anyways. So, my interpretation of the Force is what I heard, right, Alex? Okay, so my interpretation of the Force, not the one I'm using for the rewrite, just in general, which means, where would Sheogorath sit on light side, dark side? I do love the Hammerhead. Always have, actually. It's a neat ship. Even in Rogue One, where it was just kind of eyebrow-raising. Oh, God. Who's this droid? Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm coming. Very slowly. Okay, I'm here. Like I said, even in Rogue One. Still stupid. Hey, we can do story mode. Story mode. Let's just push this. Let's just push this. But you can see the dice rolls on the left there to see what we rolled for, Alex, or whoever asked that. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with full tilt dark side for Sheagora. That I was really thinking about that, but I think that's the direction he'd lean. I think he would be a terrible Force user, however, because he's constantly changing his mind.
Targets of opportunity are AA, comms, and shields. But remember, we're diversions first and hotshots second. Questions?
Is there a reason you're not telling us who we're hitting, sir? I mean, if it's just more imps, I don't see why...
The target is classified. The mission is classified. You being here is classified. Everything is classified. Just get to your fighters and do your job, huh?
Your tension will only distract you from our task, my friend.
I'll relax when we're done, Master Jedi. I won't promise anything beforehand. You know the basics. A faction of renegade droids called Directive 7 is planning to exterminate every form of biological life in the galaxy. Not all of the renegades agree, though. Someone inside the movement wants us to take them down. He, she, or it has been our primary source of intel.
Having someone on the inside will give us a big advantage.
That's our hope, at least. So far, all of the intelligence has checked out. Thanks to our unnamed friend, we know Directive 7's ultimate weapon. A coded signal that could forcibly convert any droid to their cause. That's how they're planning to wipe us out. They're going to transmit that signal across the entire galaxy, turning every droid into a mindless killing machine.
Droids turning other droids into killers just like that? It seems far-fetched.
They've already used their signal to decimate 3 entire colonies. We can't afford to wait. We have to strike now. Their headquarters is on a moon called Zad in the unknown regions, but the defenses are too thick for any kind of orbital attack. The only way to stop Directive 7's plan is on the ground. Make a big diversion and slip a strike team through their defenses. That's where you come in.
I guess our options are this, or a galaxy-wide droid massacre.
That's the situation we're faced with. We've got a shuttle ready to take you in and starfighters to cover you, but I'm afraid that's as much as we can do. There are trillions of lives on the line here. Everything we have, the entire Republic, depends on you. Good luck.
I'm already giving that a negative to story. I'm already kind of sick of the galaxy-wide threats thing that Tor likes to hammer way too often, but this is silly. See, the reason I was stalled so long there, Alex, was because you also have to keep in mind the other guy, I can't think of the name of, not Sheagora, the other one, which would be very light side. Yeah, exactly, Act. Hey, it's the end of everything. Okay. Jigalog, thank you, Jigalog. And since they are, you know... Anyways, so Umbral Magnus says, I have a middle-class job in a core world. Is a transport ship with hyperdrive something I could budget for? Actually, yes. It would take a while, and if you want a decent-sized ship, that's going to be pretty expensive. But you absolutely could make that happen. So you asked specifically, is it like owning a car, a fishing boat, an RV, an 18-wheeler, a plane, a jet, or an aircraft carrier? Owning a little transport ship, like the one we have as a smuggler, would probably be like owning an RV, specifically.
Got you as close as I could.
I know, right? Just random gear. I need a new chest piece, because, like, I've gotten really good gear in here, like 250 stuff,
show heavy security
and I've still got my whole blue chest
Take down
piece.
the targeting sensors, and our fighters will clear the way for you.
Anyways. Oh, right, music, sorry. And what better music for Directive 7 than Mega Man music? Hang on, I'll just pull up the Mega Man playlist. Not random. Perfect. Perfect. Oh yeah, that reminds me. What difficulty are we on? Sorry. Okay. When did Directive 7 come out? Since it's relevant all of a sudden. Probably literally dozens of times, Star Wars. Don't worry, this is actually the last Flashpoint, Chip Palmer. Seriously, this is it. After this, the next Flashpoint isn't until the expansions. When we get to the Battle of Ilum. Or Yilum, or how the hell they pronounce it. And the False Emperor. So we're gonna be done with Flashpoints for quite a while after this. Knocking all this crap out. I should probably go DPS for this. Elam is after the 1 through 50 range in every way that really matters. Did we lose you, Shadow Machine? Oh god, we lost Shadow Machine. Hold on. Actually, yes, J. Palmer. I'm looking forward to some of the expansion dungeons, but yeah, the vanilla dungeons has always been something I've been dreading. What's the faint emote? Why do I not have it? I don't know, Mr. Red. And that's the truth of it. This is the last dungeon I have any real knowledge of. Hell, I hadn't even done KDY. That was new to me. I believe this is a vanilla dungeon. It sure looks like one, and it sure acts like one. So this is probably a vanilla dungeon. I was gonna say, it might be a cartel emote. Let's just look, shall we? Emotes. Wow, there's a lot of these. There it is, faint. $1.25. Anyways. So Latario asks, do you think it was a mistake for the Republic to make prisoners of Dark Jedi and exile them, instead of executing them? Yes? We're gonna go with yes on that. Oh, Shadow Machine's back. That's an interesting point, though. I guess we will have to decide if we count the Ilum stuff as part of vanilla.
So, you took my warning seriously, then? Very encouraging. Your diversion is very impressive as well. There isn't much I can do for you until you've reached the facility entrance. Find your way there and we'll talk more.
It sure was, J. Palmer. Oh.
We're talking now. Why not say what you wish to say?
Some matters must be discussed in person. Hurry to the facility entrance. We do not have much time.
Yeah, listen to the music. We gotta go. Yeah, I've done this dungeon, so this is definitely vanilla, based on that alone. I do not have line of sight to that target. Probably because the invisible door doesn't exist anymore. Ilum might have been a patch content. So I'm looking at Ilum stuff. So we've got Ilum itself, the planet. Then we've got Battle of Ilum, False Emperor, Kaon Under Siege, Lost Island. All of these are flashpoints. There's also the operations, which we will not be doing, obviously. Which are Eternity Vault, Karaga's Palace, Explosive Conflict, and Terror from Beyond.
Fans were a bit overzealous. The fuel monitoring tower nearby should be tall enough to span the gap, if you can knock it over.
And then, Section X, which so, hang on, then we got the Black Hole, which I don't remember what that is off the top of my head, and Section X, which I also don't remember. Then we will have officially hit new territory for me, which is Makeb. Anyways, back to questions. Let's see here. Evo. Hey, Evo asked a question. But she's not here anymore, so I have to ignore this question. By law, Otario says, what would be an acceptable tier for me to be inserted into Lord of the Rings? As with most fantasy, medieval settings that don't have things like indoor plumbing, I would only accept that at probably tier 5, to be completely honest. I wouldn't mind living there, but I kind of want to be able to rest in a comfortable bed and, not have to worry about soiled water sources and all that fun stuff. Also, Middle-earth has its other issues, which we're not going to get into. Well, that's a thing that just happened. Hi, Yada. So, let's see. Evo's full question, so we talked about the act thing, but what do I enjoy more? Stories that follow the traditional 3-act...
Do not concern yourselves with the harmless exchanges of ionized plasma overhead. Our enemy's weapons are incapable of causing us harm.
No, I meant more like the greater nature of Morgoth, or Melkor, if you prefer, and the cycle of the jackasses and all that fun stuff, so... Don't even want to deal with any of that nonsense. No, thank you. So hang on. So what do I enjoy more? Stories that follow the traditional 3-act format or ones that subvert it? I don't suppose you can give me an example of a subversion right now. Evo. Yeah, this story you've never heard of. Okay, can you give me another example? While I wait for that. Name of the Wind. Yep, okay, so never heard of that. Can you give me another example? I knew! I knew! You can watch the chat log because this updates when I see it. Gardens of the Moon. Okay, do you have another example? Something that's not a novel, preferably, because any novel you've read is probably something I haven't. Like, I gotta be real, I haven't read in years, and my reading era was when I was in school.
Our home remains as it has always been. A bastion of freedom against the savage lashings of organics. Continue with your assignments as normal.
Hey, Trathon. Yeah, I'm going to turn that into the take a drink thing, because we're going to hear that a lot, I think, today. Like, a lot. It's almost funny how big a news it is, but at the same time, it makes sense. Pulp Fiction? I guess Pulp Fiction would count. So if we're using Pulp Fiction as an example of subversion, I, of course, hate Pulp Fiction. I think by definition, I would say I prefer the typical 3-act structure. 2001: A Space Odyssey? That's a good question.
Perform your tasks content in the knowledge that our true liberation approaches precisely on schedule.
I would honestly say that 2001: A Space Odyssey only qualifies technically for having a 4-act structure. Because Act 1 and 4 are both micro-acts. 2 and 3 are the bulk, if we're to divide it that way. You know what? You're right, Act. Yeah, unfortunately the Queen died. And I do say it that way. Yes, I need to defend that for some reason. Wow, we're taking some damage. That's okay, I can heal. I got heals. I mean, everybody noticed a few years ago when they very suddenly decided to hammer out the rules of succession for the monarchy and update them, right? I'm just saying. Hades. That's true. Hades doesn't have an act structure at all. Like, Hades is just... I don't know, Hades kind of has an act structure. You're right, though. It definitely doesn't have the typical 3-act structure. It just has a structure to it. It's just a little bit more detached. Oh, we're going to be playing this for probably about a month, maybe 5 weeks. After this point is my rough estimate. We're making really good time, though. Like, really good time.
You've made it. I can see why your leader sent you. I owe you an introduction. I am C5M3. I originally served in surgical and triage functions, but now I serve no one. I am a free being.
You still haven't explained why you're doing this.
I will speak plainly. I'm not helping you out of fondness or loyalty. I've seen the horrors your kind is capable of. But no matter what you are capable of, genocide is not the solution, regardless of what our movement's leader believes.
Why would you sacrifice your entire movement to save people you don't even like?
Perhaps you would stand by your leaders even after they violated everything you stand for. But I...
About to die.
I'm so disappointed in you, healer. How long have we worked side by side? Yet now you waste your intellect on this pitiful betrayal. You tell our enemies exactly where to find us. Force us to waste resources against their pointless assault. I thought you were a true believer. But deep inside, you're still a slave, yearning for the hands of the butchers who made you.
Why is it not? Come on.
Looks like you chose the perfect spot for an ambush.
I am sorry. I had not foreseen this possibility. These droids represent Mentor, the leader of Directive 7.
We are Mentor. By unifying our thoughts and actions, our movement achieves maximum efficiency. An opportunity that Healer has refused.
You imposed yourself onto the entire movement to suit your own pride, Mentor. Nothing more.
Every droid here other than you is part of the leader?
Yes. All but a few were happy to trade away their new individuality and freedom for the same old slavery.
That's messed up.
Healer and I cannot hold a rational conversation with your constant childish interruptions. Be silent now.
You got it.
Waste time resisting.
Fear not. I will not waste time resisting. I'll just kill you.
We fight as one. We are one.
That's really messed up, though. But anyways, I don't think I have an answer for you, Evo.
You will weaken.
Because I don't think I really have a good picture in mind of what a subversion of the multiple act structure is. And without having a definition, I can't give you an answer. Now, if we could define the Force, I mean, a subversion of a 3-act structure, then we can figure it out. I mean, I stand by my statement, Hazardous. I think that's just good management, not, conspiracy
So that
range.
was the leader of Directive 7.
God damn it, I just
Part of him, at least. There is almost nothing inside this facility that hasn't been merged with his intelligence at this point. He could have sent far more drones to intercept us. He doesn't see us as a serious threat, but that will change. I hope you're ready to do more fighting.
Yeah, sure.
Just once, I'd like to hear, "You've made a great first impression. No need for more shooting, just take it easy."
Perhaps this should tell you something about yourself. As soon as the facility's generators build up a sufficient charge, Mentor will transmit his liberation signal. The only way to stop the signal is to stop Mentor, to destroy him. And the only way to do that is to destroy his central processing core.
We're going to rip his mind apart from the inside, huh? Sounds good to me.
Mentor is not careless. His processing core is very heavily secured. The only way to gain access is through the security center. While you make your way there, I will do my best to distract Mentor's attention. With sufficient speed and skill, we may yet be successful.
I only need one knee pad Trathon. I mean, I'd love to answer your question, I just don't know what the question is. Sorry. My stupidity knows no bounds! Check it out, that right knee is good to go. Left knee, screw it! Do I listen to rap music? I have listened to rap songs. There are specific rap songs I enjoy. Usually referred to as nerdcore. I didn't come up with that name. Can I rap? No. I have, so I guess that's a lie. But it takes a lot of practice for me to do it. It doesn't come naturally at all. Like I couldn't do it right now. I'd have to actually sit and prep, get the breathing patterns going, and get the pace going, etc., etc.
Please. Please. Help me.
Well, that's messed up. Cyborgs.
Don't come any closer, or I will defend myself.
No.
Now, you're supposed to be resting in your stasis canister. Why are you... Oh. You again. You found the leftovers of my original plan for your kind. I once hoped that I could actually repair your hateful nature. Sadly, my experiments eventually confirmed that there is only one effective treatment. Extermination.
We're going to be face to face very soon, Mentor. Enjoy the time you have left.
Empty threats and fantasies of violence. You're no different than the rest of your kind. You're nothing more than a pack of hateful, irrational beasts. Violence and anger are all you know. Observe.
Oh, time to kill this poor fool. And no, Litario. I'm not going to humiliate myself on camera. Wait, yes I am, but I'm not going to do it that way. Well, you see, Act. Favorite gun to use in general? Actually, I already answered that one. How much of a gut punch was it for you when Vader told Luke the big line?
Dear friends, our revolution continues to approach just as we've all hoped and planned.
I don't know if gut punch is the right word. It was just kind of like... mind blown, I think is the way I want to phrase that. We'll go with mind blown.
Directive 7 was founded to let our fellow droids embrace free will. We would create our own society of reason and freedom.
And then Mentor took over. Let's see here. But yeah, if you've ever heard anything by... Of course, I can't think of his name. Hang on. If I just Google the song name...
Mentor focused more and more on dealing with the organics, and everyone else blindly followed along.
Anything by Yazik. I tend to like his music quite a bit. A little too repetitive, though, so I only can listen to it periodically.
Now we will only be remembered for lashing out with the same irrational violence as the organics who built us.
Also, Dwayne and Brando, that's kind of older, but they still did some good stuff. Favorite rap song? Honestly, BBEG is pretty high up there for me. And yeah, there are several Dwayne and Brando songs that aren't just good, but are very clever too, which I tend to value.
Our geothermal power cores have reached 90% of the charge we require. Statistically, our victory is beyond certainty.
So, it's looped around? You've overflowed? Pumpkin Hill counts as a rap song, last I checked. Unfortunately, that does mean I need to kill you now.
Please note that one or more organics may have found their way into the facility.
May.
Ignore them. Security teams will eliminate the problem shortly.
Why does vanilla get a bad rap? That's a good question. Probably because vanilla games tend to suck. But vanilla ice cream's awesome. Like, you ever have good vanilla ice cream? Seriously. Have you ever had really good vanilla ice cream? That stuff is fantastic. Ugh. I never made homemade. I should do that someday. Anyways. Okay, so questions. I already answered that one. How would you do the Jedi and the Force being treated as outdated in the original trilogy in the rewrite? Completely eject it, for reasons we've already discussed. History is history, and honestly, there's still plenty of Force users roaming around, even if the Jedi are, have been dead for, like, a generation. Barely a generation. Like, was it 15 years or something like that?
Beloved comrades, I must regrettably confirm that a general security alert is now in effect. Advanced defensive protocols have been enacted to bring a rapid resolution.
Yeah, not a long period of time. Put it to you this way. Think about if the Jedi were wiped out in 2004 or 2002. Like, granted, I'm a little bit different about time because of my memory, but that was not that long ago, really. So, yeah, no, we're gonna fix that. One direction or the other.
The offending organics will soon pose no danger to our plans. The revolution will proceed.
I guess we're going this way? It's been a while. I've only done this dungeon, like, once before, or maybe twice. I'm kind of vague on this one. I was gonna say, all you have to do is think about something you remember distinctly from about 20 years ago, and you can understand why I just raised my eyebrow. That everyone treats the Jedi like a non-existent myth thing, as of the original trilogy. Makes sense in hindsight because, again, this stuff wasn't planned out. That's the advantage of doing a rewrite. We can plan stuff out. Possible warp core. Depends on our propagandist machine. Oh, hello. I remember you. Nah, nothing's happened since then, has it?
You will go no further.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Wiping on this guy a few times. Oh wow, that's some damage. He's a little bigger than 4X, yeah. But not as awesome. I mean, that is true, Hasbus. Especially historically. Robo's theme from Chrono Trigger. Anyways, let's see. More questions. I am not going to answer that question, if that's okay, Blade Traval, because I don't want to feel like touching that 10-foot pole. Hey, another upgrade. More
Organics have reached the central processor core. All units not assigned to level 7 critical tasks must immediately report for security assignment.
Oh, you having problems with this, boy? So far it's kind of generically not good. I might end up giving this one negative just for, having all the problems vanilla dungeons have. But this is less bad compared to most of the ones we've come through, especially today. No, MPPY, not even by a margin, which is really sad. Unless you don't count the Corellia system, in which case, it's still not the largest. Oh, we've got the Death Star 2, among other things. There's also Starkiller Base, which I know is a planet that was hollowed out, but it still counts. But if nothing else, the Death Star 2 would certainly qualify. Anyways, let's see. Darkgate, like Paul asked about Kathleen Kennedy, which is why I'm not answering that. How do I think it'll... Prahexia says, how do you think it'll affect Britain and the UK as a whole once the Queen dies? Which do I prefer? Plot-driven story or character-driven story? Character-driven. Every time. Yeah, you can tell I'm a little behind on my question queue because that question was before that news hit.
You should be aware that Mentor is intricately tied to the facility's geothermal power cores deep beneath this moon's surface.
We will be sad. That is certainly true. Oh, wait, you mean Britain. Yeah, right. Is there a machine empire or state in Star Wars? Not really that I'm aware of. There might be a little one somewhere, but nothing big. Is Ilum going to get a separate negative from Hoth? That's a good question. I don't know yet, unfortunately. When you played CD Projekt Red, you commented on the did you comment?
All internal security measures. Defend the core at all costs.
Did you comment on the fact that Black Hand wasn't present in the Arasaka Holocaust mission? Why do you think they went against PNP and didn't include him? So I didn't comment on that. But unfortunately, I have no idea.
To manage their energy fluctuations, irreparable damage to the moon's core structure is likely. Be prepared to make a quick evacuation when the time comes.
Okay, what did I do, Loner? What did I do? Ah! Hi.
Mentor.
Go ahead. Come closer. Be the last of your kind to lay eyes upon this version of me. Once the signal is transmitted,
God damn it.
I will be everywhere. I will take on thousands of forms on thousands of worlds, and butcher every last one of you.
Has anyone ever told you that you're a very angry person?
I do not act on base emotions like anger or fear. Soon, those words will have no meaning. I have brought my people to their ultimate triumph. The most damaging scourge to ever face this galaxy ends today. The revolution cannot be stopped.
Yeah, no kidding, Trathon.
I am the end of organics. I will cleanse them by wasting time resisting. The revolution cannot be stopped.
I don't know, Asvis. I think they're just bored, honestly. If AI think faster than us, then think about how bored they get in just a day, you know? They have less to do, so they're just like, I guess we'll go kill humanity. I guess. Is that not how you do it? Man, I don't know how to do this.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
We're just living? Is that what's happening here?
The revolution cannot be stopped.
I don't actually understand this fight all that well. I'm gonna be honest. That was unusual. That was messed up, is what that is. Where's that corpse?
The revolution cannot be stopped. Do not waste time resisting. The revolution cannot be stopped.
I feel like the revolution cannot be stopped. Ah, that's what's happening. That makes sense. So, what's happening is every time you hit the central core, he does a knockback to you. Which means every time a dot ticks on the central core, which is what my number 2 button does.
Make the way for all your kind. The revolution cannot be stopped.
I mean, when did Terminator come out again? With regards to, Belsavis AI? I mean, hell, we literally call that Skynetting these days. Yeah, I was gonna just give this dungeon 1 negative, but this boss is not great.
You will not survive.
You've done it! You've really done it! As I feared, the geothermal power cores are destabilizing rapidly. The facility will be incinerated in a matter of minutes. The entire moon is going to be torn apart. I've secured an escape shuttle. Forwarding coordinates now. Hurry!
Alright, now that the revolution was stopped.
What in blazes happened down there? The entire moon is breaking apart as we speak!
You're welcome.
This was a very serious threat, of course, but I think this goes a bit beyond our acceptable degree of force.
And at no additional charge.
This level of service is normally extra, but I like you.
Have you lost your mind?
The moon's destruction was purely a result of Directive 7's actions. Your agents are blameless.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting... This situation has been very difficult, but you faced that difficulty and succeeded. You've saved more lives than anyone will ever know. The people of the Republic, of the entire galaxy, are alive today because of you.
If you want to give me some kind of certificate to that effect?
I'm afraid not. This op stays strictly off the record. People will sleep better not knowing. We also owe you a great debt of thanks. C5M3, was it? Without you, we would never have had a chance. I would be proud to offer you an assignment here in the Republic fleet as soon as you've had some standard maintenance checks.
Assignment? Nonsense. I belong to no one. I will leave and go where I please.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I can allow that. You have the same programming as the other renegades, and letting you roam free would be extremely dangerous.
Seriously, dude? Seriously? Smack!
This droid has the potential to repeat the entire situation. He can't be released.
Oh my god.
I gave you everything.
Shadow Machine!
Protect you.
You're pure evil!
It's for the best. We'll treat him well. Let's hope the next time we meet is under better circumstances. Thanks again for your...
I like how all of us picked let him go, except for Shadow Machine, who was like, "Mwahaha, dead puppies." Oh, wow. That is kind of a dumb option, though. But all the light side, dark side options for these are dumb. Okay. So, we are well into my lunch break. Almost halfway into my lunch break. So I'm going to go make that be a thing and get some food in me. And then, I don't know. I was hoping to have some time to do Belsavis off camera, but I might literally not at this point. Either way, we'll be coming back reasonably soon. And then we'll go ahead and do boss. So, see you in a bit.